welcome back everyone, welcome back to another week, another edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC number 119, your weekly dose of Tuna StarCraft. Let's go, baby, let us go! Exclamation mark. Oh, I'm of course live VIP, and I'm of course joined by these amazing players by the ByuN chat as well. Welcome, one and all, exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is stacked and we have our full almost round of 32 here. We have a plethora of players and even some newcomers as well, actually. We'll get into the bracket momentarily. First though, we do have our initial series. We're jumping into the round of 16 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of a title Citadel. We have the red Terran player. We have the player for the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickrat. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Swedish Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg. It is Sort of. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we delve into our best of 3. And honestly, coming into this, I have a really hard time picking a favorite player. Initially, I want to lean towards Nickrat. He's been on that grind. He's been improving a lot over the past year, especially in TVP. Like, we have seen Nickrat pop off and take down the best Protoss players in the world, but his TVZ is a little bit more up in the air. And on top of that, Sort of did quote-unquote retire for some time. Sort of, he stepped away from the game. He did devote a lot of time to Age of Empires 4 instead, and more recently did return to StarCraft 2. So Sort of, he's still regaining that skill. He has been practicing and streaming quite a bit, even currently live right now streaming his POV, and he has been improving as well. But how does he compare? How does he compare to Nickrat? Again, it's also harder to judge for Sort of because he's not the most active of players when it comes to online tournaments. In recent times, he has been playing in qualifiers, he has been playing in some open cups, but they've been a little bit fewer and farther between. But I will say that we have been seeing a bit of an uptick here in Sort of's participation. So we'll see. I'm ready. I am excited. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Sort of. Likewise, we have Nickrat going for a Rax expand. Everything looking normal so far. So far, so good. When it comes to Nickrat's preferred style in TVZ, he's hyper aggressive. We see a lot of 2-base all-ins, 2-base play, a lot of aggression, a lot of move-outs, very much so in the face of his opponents, a lot of early stim timings as well. Nickrat, he is a beast, and he's often a very fast player as well. Very fast, high-octane, multi-prong aggression is Nickrat's go-to in Terran versus Zerg. So we'll see if Sort of can keep up with the speed, can keep up with the momentum that Nickrat does set. See if he can keep up with the pace. He sort of retired. True. He sort of did. Then he sort of didn't. He as Reaper does dip into the middle line. Now, speaking of getting one drone already, one drone does go down. As Reaper does pull out behind this, third base is going to be thrown down, but so far a better start for Nickrat, killing a drone and pulling away. Oh god, out! Calm down. Oh god. Okay, does pull back. Does pull back that Reaper. Does manage to slip away. Likewise, behind this, getting to his own. Ooh, 1-1-1. Aggressive follow-up here out of Nickrat. We did just mention that Nickrat, he is fond of being very high octane and very aggressive in this matchup. We're seeing it here, going for a delayed third CC. So late expansion out of Nickrat and going for a faster starport. With this will lead into additional Hellions. This can even lead into Banshee into a Hellbat push with an armory. We'll see how committed Nickrat is going to be. Does he throw down another Rax? Does he throw down an armory? Or does he go for a delayed expansion? As Hellions are amassing. Nickrat keeping tabs on Sort of, he's just droning, saturating. We should soon be seeing our tech of choice. Oh my god, I was curious what it was going to be. Was it going to be a second Rax? Was it going to be an armory? The answer is no. It's going to be a Fusion Core BC opener here out of Nickrat, opening a BC into Hellion. And now this build here from Nickrat is a hyper aggressive one in the sense that what is the plan here? Usually you'd open up BC to harass in the mineral line while you poke in at another base, but Nickrat is very fond of going BC with mass Hellions and diving on the first set of queens. Diving on the queens, focusing them down, and then killing and ending the game. So how many queens do we have so far? 5, soon to be 6. 6 queens here to defend. And we'll see if Sort of can break through. Or if Nickrat, sorry, can break through. Likewise, Sort of, he's currently in the dark. He does have an Overlord that's across the map, and the Overlord is going to be activated. Does attempt to scout, but it's going to be a late scout here for Sort of. He's sort of scouting. Yeah, you can see here the rally with the Overlord. Marines are on patrol. And the BC is on the way. And again, this Overlord scout should be denied. Meanwhile, when it comes to the tech of choice, sort of he does go lair first. Lair first, second gas geyser. So sort of he's going to be delaying his Evo chambers, delaying his mainliness, delaying his tech, delaying his roach horn in favor of the faster lair. This is ideal when it comes to a standard mid game, but we're not seeing a standard game. Nickracht, he's built up to 10 Hellions, and he's going double starport. Oh my god. He's going two port, two base mass BC. He's crazy. And second starports, the BC will soon teleport in. Okay, how many queens? We have 7 queens in total. We have 3 queens here at the third base. We have 3 queens here towards the top side instead. So the queens are split in half. The queens are split. And Nickracht, he's about to pull the trigger. Where's that teleport? There it is. He dives on the queens. Can he get one? Clutch transfuse. Clutch transfuse. Ooh, both queens line up, and both queens will go down. I say that transfuse does come in clutch, though. So far, killing 1, killing 2 queens. There's 5 queens left. There's 5 queens down. Oh my god, another queen does reinforce. We're running out. Yeah, we're running out of queens, and there we go. Every queen is going to go down. And Nickracht, he's done it. He has broken sort of every queen falls. And there's no ground support. No lings. Lings just now popping out. There's no roaches, no banelings, no nothing. Just pure queen defense, and the queens have all fallen. And with that, Nickracht, he busts on through, breaks into the mineral line. Every drone will fall. And at this point, sort of, he has nothing left. He has nothing left here. Lings, they tend to engage. A nice setup here from Nickracht. Getting into the mineral line. GG gets called, and Nickracht takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Nickracht, he does take a lead in the series. Again, Nickracht with a hyper-aggressive build, going for a 1-1-1. He was even going double starport, double BC production behind it. No third CC. Essentially a 2-base all-in. 2-base all-in out of Nickracht. Sort of, unfortunately, didn't get to scout. Remember, his Overlord was very far out, and when he tried to go in for the Overlord scout, he was denied by the Marines. So sort of he was working with a 0 information, didn't know what was coming his way. If he had seen, or if he had gotten a glimpse of the opener and gotten a glimpse of the tech, then we would have seen at least extra lings, maybe a safety roach horn, maybe a safety baneliness to help against the Hellions at least, and at least a little bit more ground army, I should say. Because again, there were barely any Zerglings there to defend. Zerglings aren't amazing, but they do help buffer, and they do help deal with the Hellions, and without those Hellions, there's less support for the BC, and then the queens are more effective. Like, in the end, GG. GG. Sort of caught with his pants down, Pappy. True, true. Caught with his pants down, and now we're getting into game number 2, and I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for a longer series here, but the pressure is on. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran for the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickracht. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the Swedish Zerg. It is sort of. Here we go. Now, what I will say, thankfully for sort of, is that Nickracht should not be going for the same build 2 games in a row. Nickracht, he's not that kind of player. Like, he does have a plethora of builds available and a lot of aggression available, but he is one to mix it up. To mix up his builds and to mix up his playstyle game from game to game. So we do expect to see something different here. I would expect to see something more biocentric, maybe a 2-1-1 or a 3-racks or a 5-racks 2-base all-in, but we'll keep an eye on Nickracht. Likewise, especially after game 1, pressures on sort of to confirm what is going on. Whether Nickracht goes BCs or not, we've got to figure out what the hell he's up to. I feel like Nickracht, he's kind of set the tone for the series so far, and we'll see if sort of can keep up. Oh boy. For now, hatch gas pool. Oh, no, sorry, hatch pool gas. My apologies. Going for a slightly later gas geyser here. Interesting. With this sort of, he will have earlier queens. He will have earlier lings. He will have later ling speed. Ling speed isn't really the most important of upgrades, to be fair, and we'll see if sort of even skips ling speed and might even go for a faster roach horn or lair. Curious. We'll see how he does spend his gas. As Nickracht is coming in with the ASV scout. No. The puns continue. He's got things to sort out. God. Este tío mold. God damn it. Goddamn. SMH my head. This one, I'm wondering if he is sword off or sword on. Ah. Awful. You're all awful. Ooh, nice delay though. SME does move in. The Reaper. Oh no. Rough start for sort of. Oh god. The SME blocked the expansion. The Reaper comes in, kills the droner. That is a massive delay here for sort of. He is denied the third base, and early on, this is a very rough start. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, the Reaper's now in position and sort of can't expand. He's just stuck. He's stuck on 2 bases. And as he's stuck on 2 bases, bam, what does NightMare have at third CC? Third CC economic opener here. So we go from a 2-base all in game 1 to an economic greedy build here in game number 2. He wants that drone. He wants that drone. Finally, third base being taken here almost at 3 minutes. So late third expansion. Reapers bust into the main base. Queen's out of position. And we're forcing out spores. Forcing out spores. Denying some mining time here. Shouldn't be getting another drone kill, but still damage is being done. Oh my god. He wants it. No, he gets it. 2 drones. Ah, god. 2 drones going down to the Reaper. Reaper does get away. And NightMare, again, he's had a nice start. A very, very nice start. Delaying the expansion. Killing 1. Killing 2 workers. Picking up some lings. This isn't game-ending damage, but it is a nice little start nonetheless. Back at home, geez, what I see, second racks. So it's going to be a 362 on 1. The Overlord does actually scout both racks. Okay, so sort of he knows. At this point, he knows. Because he saw that the second racks were still being built, he knows it was not a 2-on-1. So he should be recognizing that this is more of a 3cc, a 2-on-1 variation. Now he knows that there's going to be a sim timing, right? Seeing a second rack stat early on, now he knows there's going to be a sim timing. He knows there should not be Banshee play. I say shouldn't be Banshee. Technically, ByuN, Maru, some of the Korean Terrans do enjoy mixing in a build, which is like a 3cc 2-on-1 with Banshees that does catch players off guard. But that's a little more niche. A little more niche, and shouldn't really be at the forefront of your mind. At least they perk out. They do roast up some larva. Hellions, they do pick off a tumor. Tumor goes down, larva goes down as well. So far, I mean, nice start. You see NightMare, he's sharking for another tumor. Let's go. So to briefly explain what happened there, obviously tumors are invisible. They're invisible without detection, and by attacking the rocks there, he was actually forcing splash damage into the area, trying to look for the tumor. He was looking back. He was looking. Cheeky moves there by NightMare. And that Stim is finishing. Stim is finishing up. Double eBay, double upgrades. NightMare building up towards that Stim timing. Just waiting for his medevacs. Then he can start to be active. NightMare does move out to reinforce. There's no armory alongside this, but regardless, you know, Stim is complete, and he's hunting for those queens. All the queens that come together, sort of, he's ready. He has got his 7 queens. Nice transfuse. Oh no, he gets 1 queen goes down. Does he get 2? He does. Losing both queens. Now it's a snowball effect. The queens, they get shut down. The base is going to fall, and sort of he's in trouble here. We've got 24 more links on the way, but he needs more time. Oof, that's a cancel. Links are trickling in. And NightMare may have just done it. Yeah, he may have just done it here. It does take down every single queen. And from there, NightMare, he snowballs out of control, and this is now game-ending damage. He does get surrounded, and he does force a pickup. Sort of barely holds on, but it costs him 7 queens. 7 queens, the expansion, 25 lings. Brutal. Brutal damage here. Unfortunately, these lings were too late. These lings, they were just a little bit too late here. Sort of, he knew that that slim timing was coming his way, but sort of his lings were not ready. That was on sort of not being ready in time. But at the same time, I should also recognize that sort of not being ready also kind of led into the early game. Remember, late third expansion, dead workers as well. Sort of, he had a very shaky early game, which translated into a shaky defense, which now translates into NightMare taking a massive lead. So NightMare has momentum, he has a lead, he's moving out once again, and sort of is in trouble here. Now, if he can survive until bathing speed, sort of he can slow this down a little bit and maybe hope to maintain one of these expansions. Sort of he's double expanding, recognizing he's behind and he needs a 4th base desperately. As Nickrat does him in. Maestro going off, teasing connection. Bathing speed still not yet done. And still a ways away. Oh my god, they're really fire. That winner might kill more Marines than Lings. Oh my god. And so if he holds. He's holding on. Saves the 4th. Now takes the 5th. Now bearing in mind, sort of he's still behind. Sort of is still trying to recover. But he's on the road. He's on the road to recovery. He's getting there. Double jump into the main base. We have a 2nd army here on the right hand side. Headed towards the 5th. Sort of is in position. Oh. Yeah, nice kiting. Very nice kiting here. The Lings are all going to be shut down. Oh no! Yeah, Lings they trickle in. Bailey's as well. And the job is getting out of hand. The job is getting out of hand here. Very nice. Oh, good. Nice target fighting until the end. Does take some Bailey's to the face. At the same time, double drop here on the top side. Sort of is keeping up, but Nickrat has been more efficient. Straight up. He's been more efficient here. Could have broken the expansion if he didn't take those Bailey's to the face, but regardless, he's still trading well. And momentum is still heavily in Nickrat's favor. And you can see that reflected in the supplies. At this point, the soup is not lying. I guess in a sense it is, as Nickrat is further ahead than what really it seems. Typically, the Zerg player wants to be up in supply to be able to deal with the Terran army, and for sort of to be down 3 supply, I mean, it's even worse here. Now, there is a chance, you can see that sort of is going for a bit of a Hail Mary play. What do we have? Infestors. Infestors are on the way. If sort of can land a fungal, he can take a very good fight. But sort of is heavily reliant on his fungals or heavily reliant on Nickrat not paying attention and taking some baitings to the face. So there are some opportunities here. But what about Zubaro? Oh god. Massive mine shots. Yeah, Nickrat, he does take the fight. You can see he's sort of trying to build up in towards Hive Tech. Ultra Cavern is done. Kind of splitting has begun. Here's a Fungal. Not bad. Very nice connection. Sort of, he's holding on. He's holding on, landing those Fungals. Double jump into the natural. Sort of, he's able to keep up. Is in position. Sort of, he's holding on. Again, can he survive until Ultras? Oh! Nickrat not paying attention. Massive connections here. And this is what we were hoping for. Again, we had a good fungal earlier, and Nickrat, he was inattentive. Yeah, the splits were not there. Now, sort of needs that to happen like 2 more times. Like, as Nickrat, he's throwing away a bunch of supply. The double jump gets cleaned up. Takes a massive baitings to the face. Ultras are hopping out. And the good thing here for sort of is where are the ghosts, right? Where are the ghosts? There is no academy here. Yeah, no academy, no ghost production, so there's no good answer to the Ultras. Ultras are slowly amassing. Nickrat does have a massive amount of Marauders now, and they are an answer. Sort of, can he hold on with his Ultras? Ooh, at the same time going for a massive link counterattack. He does split off. Peeling off towards the 3rd, the natural and the main. Catching reinforcements, and Nickrat, he turns around. Yeah, he does turn back around. That damage is going to be done. Oh, my apologies. The academy is complete here at the natural, but no ghosts yet. Up! Oh, my god. Yeah, catching out all these SCVs. 23 SCVs going down. And Nickrat, he's still racing back home. Yeah, just came to production. Nickrat did kill an expansion, but hefty losses here for Nickrat. Hefty losses. You can see he's switching to Liberators. Trying to take up. Ooh, this thing run by is going to be less effective. Bailey's ahead for the Planetary. Can he get the Planetary? Up, up, he can. Planetary goes down. And he's forcing it all in. Yeah, sort of. He's forcing Nicrat hand. And Nicrat, he lost, what, 20 plus workers. He lost his center expansion. Nicrat, he has to counterattack. And sort of, has he poked the bear? Oof. As sort of, he's forcing Nicrat's hand. And here comes the Terran. We only have 2 ultras. Only 2 ultras against 21 marauders. Nicrat, he can stim. He can win. He can rush on forward here. There are barely any Bailings. They were spent on the planetary earlier. It was good damage by sort of, but sort of he should not have enough to defend. And he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't have enough to defend here. Just forcing Nicrat to move out, to commit. And Nicrat, he snowballs out of control. Breaks on through. We got 3 ultras. Other Bailings. Splits are decent. Yeah, 2 ultras left, down to 1, down to 0. 0 ultras remaining. Nicrat, he breaks on through. He busts into the natural. And again, sort of, he does not have enough. So one more ultra on the way. +3 may even be denied. Yeah, barely cancelled. And we will not get an ace match. We won't get an ace match. No game 3. Was hoping for an extended series here. But again, it was just a really rough opener for sort of. GG gets called, and Nicrat will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Nicrat, he does claim the series. Once again, hyper aggression out of Nicrat, more so in game 1 with the 2 base all in going BC. Here in game 2, we saw Nicrat going for an early stim timing, and Nicrat took a massive lead early on. He killed, what, 7 queens? He killed 7 queens, killed the 4th base. Nicrat took a massive lead, and he never really lost that lead. Nicrat, he was able to out-trade, out-position, and just overwhelm sort of throughout the course of that game. We did mention how sort of he had a couple of key moments where he was a little bit reliant on a little bit of luck there and hoping to catch Nicrat off guard, and there were some nice moments like the fungal growth, like catching Nicrat not paying attention, catching all the marines, catching out the 2 medevacs on the right hand side. Like there were a couple of nice key moments there for sort of, but not quite enough to make up for the deficit. As sort of he was playing from behind, and he fought hard, had some good moments. But GG, well played. With that, Nicrat does claim the series, does advance on into the next round, and let's catch up on the bracket itself. Okay, let's catch up with the bracket. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look back yourselves. Let us head on over and figure out where we are and where we are headed. Okay, oh, as I should, there we go. From the top, we have ByuN. ByuN is the #1 seed of the tournament. ByuN is waiting for the winner of Universe and Beast in the round of 32. So ByuN is waiting for the winner of that series. Meanwhile, Nicrat takes down sort of 2-0. Nicrat is waiting for the winner of ByuN, Universe, and Beast. So Nicrat, he has some downtime waiting in those quarterfinals. Scrolling down a little bit further here, we have Shameless. Shameless takes down Nehead 2-0, waiting for the winner of NightMare, Azura, and the Mega. Oh my god, that is pure Protoss. Azura's the Italian Protoss, the Mega's the Peruvian Protoss, NightMare the Korean Protoss, and Shameless from Russia as well, also Protoss. So non-stop Protoss in that portion of the bracket. That means we have a Protoss confirmed for the semifinals. Scrolling down, we have Creator. We have Creator waiting for the winner of Perceive and Supreme Being. We have Geralt versus Rebellion. Ooh, more PvPs. A lot of PvPs there in the center as well. Scrolling down, we have Christiana. Christiana waiting for the winner of Hacker's Top and Ruxus. And then we have Young, Yakov, and Mini Zerg UA. Ooh, both Zerg players facing against each other. I mean, that does at least confirm a Zerg in the quarterfinals. Is a shame though for Nada the admin for seeding both Zergs to play against each other in the first round. Smurge. Smurge, baby, Smurge. But that is a ZVZ. ZVZ between Yakov and Mini Zerg. Best of luck. So yeah, with that, the bracket is slowly progressing. We already have 2 matches wrapping up, and we have to figure out where we are heading next. Have to figure that out. Let's go. But yeah, we do have to kind of figure out where we're headed next. There are a couple of matches that do catch my eye. So typically here on the CranKy Ducklings, because there are so many PvPs going on, we try to avoid them at least until a little bit later. So we're going to be avoiding the center part of the bracket. ByuN has some downtime. We expect to see ByuN versus Nicrat in a TVT at some point, but it'll be quite some time. Scrolling down, likewise, I do look forward to seeing the potential winner of Young Yakov versus Mini Zerg up against Christiana. Hacker's Top is always a fun player to watch as well. So my eyes are kind of deviate here towards the southern portion of the bracket, but I guess we have some downtime, and I guess we'll wait and see. You play by default. Rude. Oh no. I forgot. No. Oh, este de mega. Gaha, papi, gaha. SMH my head. Just catching up. As difference between a pro and a ladder warrior. I mean, as I mentioned before, like sort of he did take a lot of time off. He's like where we spoke about it. He's like he did retire for quite some time. Like he stepped away from StarCraft. But recently did come back, and recently is kind of returning back into form, of course, as well. I would expect to see, especially because sort of has become a lot more active over the past couple of weeks, that his skill is looking to improve over time. But again, Nickrat, he has been devoted to the game for a lot longer, has been on that rise, and again, has his own unique builds as well. For example, game 1, don't expect to see anyone else go for that kind of 2-base, like BC Hellion all-in. Like, even, I guess maybe Gumiho would dabble in that a little bit, but you wouldn't see that from like Clem or ByuN or Cure or Maru or any of the other Terran players out there. It's a little more unique to Nickrat. He's an animal, Pop. He's an animal. It's crazy. But otherwise, so we are getting ready for our next series here, as it looks like Beast takes out Uterus 2-0. I guess technically we could. Oh, never mind. I was going to say we could dive into ByuN's match. ByuN is up against Beast in the round of 16, but it looks like they did just begin. So we have a bit of downtime here. Geralt is up against Rebellion. They're still mid-series as well. So we're going to be cutting to a short break, and when we come back, we'll have a next series. We'll have a next matchup. We'll find our next matchup. We'll see you soon. See you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, welcome back to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Sparkling Tuna Cup number 119. We're here still in the round of 16. We have found a fresh series, a fresh best of 3. We just wrapped up with Nickrat versus Sword, and Nickrat is still waiting in the quarterfinals. He's still waiting for his next opponent, but we have found another series a little bit further down in the bracket. Exclamation mark B if you want to get a link to that bracket yourselves. For now, though, we're jumping into our fresh best of 3. It's going to be best of 3 between Cristiano and Hacker is Top. Let's go. I'm ready. There's a lot to get into here. Is spawning. Oh, spawning in the bottom right corner of Tourmaline, we have the Ukrainian random player. He is random and he lands on Protoss, representing Hokago T team. It is Hacker is Top. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Whew. Best of luck, baby. Best of luck. Now, coming into this, if you know anything about HackerStop, you know one. As you're seeing here, he does announce his race. He does announce every single time, but HackerStop, he does not know how to macro. he doesn't know, Pam. He doesn't know. HackerStop, he will cheese and all in every single game, regardless of the matchup, whether he lands on Terran, Zerg, or Protoss. Expect an all in, and we'll see what kind. And he does some crazy stuff as well, like some stuff you've never seen before. Like it's wild, man. It's wild. For now, though, PvP. So I would say that your builds and your all ins are a little bit limited here in PvP. So I'm curious to see how HackerStop does approach this. For now, 2-gate opener here out of HackerStop, a 2-gate opener out of Cristiano. So far, there's no worker out on the map. There is no proxy, no shenanigans yet. But we are on Tourmaline. Welcome 1-0 to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is a small map. Short rush distance by ground. Aggression is heavily favored on Tourmaline. What does that mean? That means that HackerStop could one base all in from back at home and still make this work. Like, he doesn't have to proxy on Tourmaline. You can just commit on one base from back at home. No proxies required. We'll see what he goes for as we get a second pylon further back in the main base, and we are looking for our tech of choice. Cristiano does find the pylon. Does confirm. Throws down the spray. He's a deep enjoyer. God damn it. Este Cristiano. Ay. Of course he is. He'll fit nicely on Hokago T team, by the way. Fit nicely. For now, we're going to be settling in. It is going to be Stalker Sentry out of Cristiano, Stalker Sentry out of HackerStop as well. This is a very safe, very standard opener. This allows you to get your Sentry out and Hallucination Scout across the map. Does allow you to scout. Poxture will win. I agree to that. To that fact. No. I mean, again, hopefully if you weren't aware of who HackerStop was before, now you know, Rox. Now you know. But yes, he does nothing but cheese, nothing but all in, typically. For now, we do have a standard opener. Again, setting up for the expansion. Everything is looking normal so far. Meanwhile, Cristiano does keep his probe hidden. We will soon get into our check of choice. We'll see if we go Stargate, Twilight Council, or Robo. Show us what you got. Does look to slip in. Oh, there it is. Oh, as we do have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. But Cristiano, he does begin with a proxy across the map. Does begin with the proxy. So Cristiano, instead, he's going to be the aggressor. Interesting. Okay. But again, hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully everything is okay. More than happy to wait. More than happy. Oh. So players are getting ready. They're setting up. Oh.
Game resumed.
Beautiful. Here we go. Likewise, we do have a hallucination diving in. Cristiano trying to get a read on what the tech is going to be. Oh, okay, going for a robo opener here on the low ground. Typically with faster robo base play, this does lead into faster immortal production and can lead into a 2-base all-in with immortal and mass slave adept. So that is going to be in the back of my mind here for HackerStop. Meanwhile, Cristiano going for his own Twilight Council in towards Blink, sets up the proxy pylon, can reinforce across the map, and Cristiano is being hyper aggressive. He's pushing in, and ideally he wants to lock down the army. He wants to force field the army in, lock him down. The battery is not yet done. Oh, speaking of force fields, Cristiano does barely lose one Stalker. And force fields are crucial this early on. Remember, there's no blink, there's no blink, there's no warp prism. Once you get locked in, you're stuck. You're trapped. And Hackerstop, he's holding his own. So far, so good. And he doesn't get the Stalker. Yeah, that final force field a little bit too late. A bit of a waste of force fields here. Immortals on the way. Cristiano, he does throw down 2 more gates. Oh my god. Getting up to 4 gateways. Again, he could have gone for a faster expansion. He could have gone for an earlier forge, but no forge, no expansion, extra gateways. Cristiano, he's doubling down. But again, that immortal count is slowly going to build up. Building up those immortals. Prism is on the way for the move out. You can see here we're setting up like a Soul Train-esque move out. All in. Hackerstop does thread in a 3rd gateway. And a 4th. So 4 gates set up. Both players are on 4 gateways. Hackerstop moves out. As he moves out, Adepts are looking to move in. To Adepts, they do want your workers. So Hackerstop is forced to react, forced to respond. Lose 1, we'll lose up 2. And 2 probes go down. And here comes the prism. Here comes the move out. Let's go. So it's all or nothing for our purple Protoss. Meanwhile, Cristiano back at home has been warping in nothing but Stalkers. Blink is now complete. And it's going to be on Cristiano to pick away at the army. Can he catch the prism? Can he catch the warp prism? Can he catch some sentries? Can he pick off the immortal? Jesus. Almost. Again, we got to babysit that prism. We got to calm down, Bappy. Calm down. Take care of your prism. Take care of him. No shot. We're expanding. Forge? Forge is on the way. 3rd base is on the way. For the first time, Hackerstop, he is macroing up, or at least trying to. Cristiano pokes in, claims his own 3rd base. Due to the faster Forge, Hackerstop will get better upgrades. True. We'll get better upgrades. Oh. Sentry gets sniped. Cristiano's still reinforcing. Again, as the immortal count is getting higher and higher, I feel like this mass Stalker composition is becoming less effective every time. Cristiano trying to sit by. Yeah, messy engage here from Cristiano. Does get a Stalker, but leads out his own. Yeah, messy fight. And then Hackerstop does our trade. So better trades here from a purple Protoss. And things looking bleak for Cristiano. As I do prefer our purple Protoss' army here. Again, +1 is that much faster. We're getting into a, what, a 4th immortal? Sorry, 3rd immortal. Charge is on the way. Hackerstop has a faster 3rd base, the greater economy. And you can see that now reflected in the supplies. Hackerstop is getting further ahead. But again, he's forced to be more defensive. I believe that initially he did want a 2 base all in. Ooh, as Cristiano gets into the main. Gets into the main base, that's force a recall. Oh, the prism! Prism goes down. Yeah, the prism is sniped. Blinks down to the low ground. Leading out some Stalkers. Boys are being pulled. Messy engage here for Hackerstop. But he does fight back. He does defend. Doesn't lose too many workers. True. Doesn't lose too many. And I'm just terrified about the counterattack. Again, we have 4 immortals. 4 immortals. Mass amount of charge loss. Prism is on the way. And I don't know if Cristiano can survive this. I'll be honest. It's a terrifying army. Cristiano's he's just trying to buy some time. He's trying to buy time. Oof. Some batteries on the way. There's a recall back home. And even with the recall, even with Cristiano having everything together here all at once, I don't know if he can survive this. It does get some free damage though. Gets a Stalker, gets a Sentry. Miss rally here from Hackerstop. I don't know if there's a need to really pull back, except where's the Warp Prism? It's back here. He's back home. Again, Hackersop has built up a death bull of an army. Something that Hackersop doesn't have, which will start to hurt him here, is lack of Archons. The first, okay, speaking of, here they come. 2 Archons. 2 Archons going to be morphing in. They're going to be crucial against a more Zealot heavy composition that Cristiano is working towards. Do need those Archons. Yeah, they warp in just in time. Just in time. Trying to collapse in once again. We have our Bay on the way working towards disruptors. I'm concerned that Hackersop has kind of missed his window. There have been a couple of windows of opportunity where he could have pushed, could have moved out, and could have broken Cristiano. But because of his passivity, because he's being more defensive here, it's allowing Cristiano to get his 4th base up and running, to recover composition-wise, to catch up with upgrades. I do still think that Hackersop is in a better position and has better tech, but I feel like that gap isn't as large as it once was. We'll see. So it does seem like he's waiting for his disruptors. Wait, second Bay? I just realized. I think that was going to be a second Robo. Zealous get into the middle line, so okay, nice damage. Zealous in the main, Zealous in the naturals. So many probes go down. No reaction here by Hackersop. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, delayed reaction, and he will lose every single probe here. 24 probes going down. Oof. And we spoke about it. That lead that Hackersop once had, at least economically, no longer there. Ooh, Prism gets sniped. I speak about it, Cristiano. Takes down the Prism, and Hackersop, he is committed. He's built up to 5 Immortals. Oh, we may lose 1. Yeah, we'll lose 1 Immortal, though. Down to 4. Down to 4. Cristiano massing up more Zealots, more Archons. Going for another run by. And again, Hackersop, he's being too passive back. Like we can achieve a lot with this army. Even poking, posturing. We got some Novas, we got some Disruptors. Have some confidence, Babby. Have some confidence. Ah. Cristiano dragging out those Zealots. Yeah, as he distracts, Prism into the main. Cristiano pulling back home, and Zealous they bust in once again, going for a massive warp in. Recalls on cooldown. And Hackersop, he turns everything back at home to defend. Oh no! Yeah, he turns everything back around. Cristiano pushing forward. Gets an Archon. And nice pick up here by Cristiano. Does get an Archon. 14 probes going to be going down. Another massive warp in. And he's even going to kill the main. Yeah, he's going to kill the main base, the Cyber Core, the Bay, the Twilight Council. It's all going to go down. Thankfully, Hackersop has a second base, so he can still keep making disruptors at least. The main base is forfeits. Hackersop moving in. Again, this is all he has left. Cristiano, he has his own disruptors. Uh-oh. Shells and overs. Cristiano, who loses a disruptor. Okay. One disruptor goes down. Kites back to all the shield batteries. There it goes off. Yeah, decent connection. Gets an Archon. We have more disruptors coming in. Now we need those Novas to connect. He needs to connect back. Oh god. Oh my god. Yeah, it's Cristiano. He himself. He lands the Novas, takes down one of the Archons, one of the Immortals. Hackersop pushing further in. And it does push further in. Meanwhile, at the same time, we have more bases going down. And Cristiano, he's coming to the base trade. Yeah, he's just going for the base trade. Hackersop gets a ninja base. Pushing further in. Now, in a head-on fight, I do favor Hackersop just because of all these disruptors. Like, technically, his army has more potential as he has 5 disruptors, 5 purification Novas. If they land, if they connect, then Hackerstop will win ahead on fights, but is reliant on that happening. Meanwhile, Cristiano hunting now more bases, crippling the economy. Cristiano, he does have one base on the center right, and he's throwing down cannons. He's fortifying his position, and this is where Cristiano can make a stand. Hackerstop likewise trying to throw in his own expansions. Looking at the unit tab here, we do have 4 Immortals, 5 Archons, 5 Disruptors. Again, like, this is a very high-tech army. It's very high-tech. There's a lot of potential here. But it all comes down to the engagement, right? Like, the army control. How do we engage? Is there a world where Cristiano with his 11 Archons, they just tank the Novas? Maybe. Can he just tank the Novas and rush in? Just gotta be careful. Final buildings are going down. It was going off. Gets 2 Archons. Nice connections. And nice connections. Oh my god. Another Nova lands. Again, just so many Novas. Making it so difficult to engage. Another Nova goes off. Grazing the Archons. Disruptors are exposed. Oh no, he's gonna lose 3. Oh, Nova connects, but 3 Disruptors go down. There's 2 Disruptors left. Down to 2. Both places supply blocked. Both supply blocked. There's 1 Nova remaining. That's the final Nova. Does graze the army. But now we come in for the surround. And with that, Hackerstop does the enough. He still has those 4 Immortals though. True. Yeah, the Immortals. The Immortals, they prove to be too much. Cristiano being forced back. Zell taking me from behind. Oh my god, the surround! He locks down the Immortals. GG gets caught. He pulls off the surround, and Cristiano takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Ay, ay, ay. GG, well played, Cristiano. He does claw his way back in. A very impressive comeback here from Cristiano. Hackerstop, he was ahead for the majority of this game. He had a bigger window, a bigger timing with +1, with +2, with his massive Immortals, with his Disruptors. But again, Hackerstop, it was very passive. He was very defensive. He was lacking the confidence to move out. So despite having a superior army, he didn't really make use of it. And in the end, it was the harassment, the counterattacks from Cristiano that kind of forced Hackerstop's hand into a more awkward position into the base trade, which was Cristiano's best chance. His best chance was to create chaos and was to force that base trade. GG. GG, all played. So again, a very impressive comeback there from Cristiano and Hackerstop. Again, I can see a world where he could have taken that first game, but again, it does feel like we need a little bit more confidence, papi. Confidence. Aye, aye, aye. As from here, we're getting into game number 2. Well, let's go. But I was most impressed by the fact that Hackerstop was, I mean, again, I do believe that initially he did plan on going for a 2-base all-in, but was forced to be more defensive, forced to expand, and he was holding his own. Like, again, he was building up into a very, very nice position. Very impressed, as this is aside from Hackerstop that we don't often get to see, but depends on the matchup. Again, in that PvP, there was a higher chance for that to happen. Oh, now it's time for some chaos. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the Ukrainian Terran player. We have the purple Terran down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and recover. Representing Hokagu T-Team, it is Hacker is Top. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is a Cristiano. Go. We have our PBT. Bearing in mind, Hackerstop, he's a random player, and this time he has landed on the Terran. And now that we're loading into a TVP, I do expect to see a lot more aggression this time. Hackerstop was building up to 2 bases last game, but this time we do expect to see something more committed. Hello. SCV does move out. Does veer off towards the top side. Show us what you got. As we're setting up for the proxy. And again, this is more what we're used to. So we have 1 Rax at home, 1 across the map. Not the most committed cheese here, not the most committed proxy. Should be 2 Rax Reaper. 2 Rax Reaper. As the probe does poke in. Does back in. Reapers are amassing. Cristiano, he's still in the dark as to what's going on. You can see he's patrolling here to deny the expansion. And we'll see what Hackers can get done. No shot we commit even harder here. We'll see. As Hackers helped us set up for the expansion. Reapers, they move out. Yeah, there it is. I was curious. I was like, that SCV is looking a little bit suspicious here. And the SCV does give it into a proxy factory. Okay, so one base all in. One base all in out of our Terran. He's going to commit. Cristiano's still in the dark. Reapers, they do back forward. They back in. Oh. Yeah, losing one Reaper already. A rough start here for Hackers top. And show us a follow-up. No show, we're going to just make a tech lab straight in the factory, are we? Okay, we are. Okay. Now, the downside here is that it's going to take a while for this to really kick in. We have to wait for all the add-ons, tech lab, into tank production, into, I would imagine, Viking support, maybe medevac. And we'll see how this all comes together. Tank is on the way. And Cristiano, he does confirm there's still no expansion. Yeah, nice scout. He sees no add-on on the racks. He does confirm no expansion. And Cristiano, he responds with extra gateways. So 2 more gates on the way, 3-gate blink. 3 more gateways, takes down the Reaper. The army does actually pull him towards the proxy. He confirms the proxy 2-on-1. The 2-on-1 setup, 2 racks, 1 factory, 1 starboards. No Viking going for the Liberator instead. Oh. It's on the Cristiano to slow this tank down. To slow down the push. To buy enough time for extra warpins. He's throwing down 4 more gates. Oh my god. Getting into a 5-gate setup. 5 gateways, rushing into charge, no blink. I mean, Zealous are going to be able to deal with this much easier, of course. They can collapse on the tank. Speaking of... Oh! Tank does take a hit. Hackers up slowly, going to be pushing forward. Leapfrogging forward here towards the natural. And again, you see how long this is taking. Up! Does get a volley off. Charge is finishing. Yeah, charge is done in 10 seconds. Zealous will soon be morphing in. These are Zealots. How many does they have so far? 8. That's going to be 12. Getting even more. And I feel like Cristiano, he will now have enough. Oh, here we go. Let's go. The boys are being pulled. With the help of the boys, Hackerstop, he can pull this off. But who hits first? Who hits first? Cristiano setting up for this round. The boys, they're still on the way. They're halfway across the map. He needs the boys, Pappy. There's Young Siege. No, Young Sieges. Yeah, at the worst moment, at the worst time. Mass on Siege. 1, 2, 3 tanks go down. And with that, Cristiano, he cleans up the army, shuts everything down. That was so unfortunate. Just at the moment he unsieged, GG gets called. And Cristiano, he will take the 2-0. GG. Ay, ay, ay. GG, well played. That was so unfortunate here for Hackers top. But 2 things happened, of course. One, even though you saw how methodical he was, right? You saw how methodically Hackers top was slowly pushing forward towards the natural. Tank was sieging, then Liberator pushes forward, then the other tank pushes in, then the other tank unsieges, and we slowly push. It was very methodical how Hackers top was pushing towards the natural, and then suddenly he unsieged everything. Suddenly he just aped it up. He unsieged every single tank, and of course, unfortunately for him, the SCVs weren't there yet. The SCVs, they were still making their way across the map. They weren't there to buffer. They weren't there to support. If he was able to buy a little bit more time for those SCVs, then maybe he wins that game, but Goku with his pants down. Got caught with his pants down. GG, well played. Whew. And with that, we're getting into our next matchup. Here we go. We have a Cristiano advancing on into the quarterfinals, and he has his next opponent. Let's go. Let us go. Exclamation mark me in the chat if you guys want to have a look at it yourselves. Let us quickly catch on up and let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Okay, from the top, ByuN takes down Beast 2-0. It is up against Nickrat in the quarterfinals in ATVT. Best of luck to both ByuN and Nickrat. Scrolling down, we have NightMare is up against Azura takes down the Mega 2-0, currently mid-series in a PvP when it goes up against Shameless. Again, we have a Protoss confirmed for the semifinals, either Shameless, NightMare, or Azura. Scrolling down a little bit further here, we do have Geralt takes down Rebellion 2-1, waiting for the winner of Creator and Perceive in a PvT. And then we have Young Yakov takes down Mini Zerg 2-0, and we have Yakov versus Cristiano in the quarterfinals. Let's go. That is our next series. That's our next series. That is our next matchup. Quarterfinals. Beautiful. As we get ready here for our Protoss versus Zerg matchup. As Vitas are underway. Well, that patience and he just siege at the worst time. Yeah, it was unfortunate. Was unfortunate there. But with that, congratulations. And for now, we're going to be cutting to a very short break. Very short break. When we come back, we'll have Cristiano and Young Yakov in a best of 3. We'll see you soon. See you soon after the break. predictions. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the now quarterfinals. Welcome back to the quarterfinals of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 119, the longest running open tournament out there in StarCraft 2. Let's go, Bible, let's go. We're here, we are back, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the Polish Protoss player, we have the blue Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg player himself. It is young Yakov. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we get into our best of 3 quarterfinals match. Oh boy, remember, the winner of the series, as a reminder, will be advancing on to the semi-finals, and both semi-finals will be casted. If you look at the bracket right now, most of the quarterfinal matches are underway. We are progressing through the tournaments. We are nearing those semis, and we'll be covering both of them here on the channel, one after the other. One after the other, Pappy. Here we go. Coming into the series, I'll be honest, it's a hard one to call. This is the point in the tournament where now we don't really have as many clear favorites. Young Yakov and Cristiano, they're both very close in skill. I would say they're both around the same skill level when it comes to comparing them amongst the other European competitors out there. When it comes to the top Zergs and top Protoss players, Cristiano and Young Yakov, they're just below the top of the top, but they're there. They're definitely there. And on a good day, they can take down the best players in the world as well. They can pop off. It's been crazy. We've seen Cristiano take down Classic. We've seen Young Yakov pop off as well. It does happen on a good day. On a good day, when they're in form, they can look crazy, Pappy, and I'm ready to see them face off against each other. I want an ace match, Pappy. I want a game 3. I want a game 3. For now, though, we're calming down. Hatch a gas pool, send it open out of Young Yakov, gate expand out of Cristiano. So far, so good. Whew, so far so good. Meanwhile, a reminder as well, I should have said this before the break earlier, but if you want to support the tournament, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund this event on a regular basis. Again, this is a weekly tournament, and you can help us boost the prize pool even further and support these players via the Patreon. Very transparent with how the prize money is split when it comes to the tournaments themselves. Again, the Patreon does fund our weekly tournaments, and it also funds our monthly amateur events as well. We have Master Swan Open, Sea Duckling Open, and Sparkling Tuna Cup. And of course, our patrons also receive replay packs. So if you want to learn from these players, from players like ByuN, Cristiano, Young Yakov, Classic, NightMare, Shin, Solar, and many others, then replays are available. If you want to watch, or if you even want to cast yourself, it's all there. It's all there available for you. It's all there. Shouldn't be a surprise, but like we have patrons like Loco and Winter and other YouTube casters of that nature to get those replays. True. They get all the replays. Chanchito. Oh. For now, double adepts and 2 adepts, they do threaten the shade. Threaten the shade into the bases, 2 adepts, they can one-shot drones, and so far Young Yakov is keeping up. Oh, we commit to the shade. Uh-oh, yeah, nice surround here. Yakov does punish, and Cristiano, this wasn't quite worth it here. Does nice at mining time at least, and does get 2 drone kills, 2 drones to 2 adepts. This was a better trade for Young Yakov, but at least Cristiano did deny some mining. Did deny mining. Meanwhile, that does trigger a counterattack because both adepts went down. That means that third base for Cristiano is delayed, and Cristiano, he's going to go for a robo on 2 bases. Okay, late third base, faster robo. Lings do poke in. Oracle does turn around, racing back home. And you can see a robo into Twilight Council. This should lead in towards Archon production, and towards Immortals, in towards a robust Archon Immortal style. That's big on the gateway. Gateway does go down. But again, this setup here that Cristiano's going for is, I don't know if I want to say unique to Cristiano, but Cristiano, he's very fond of it. He's very, very fond of it. We have seen some of the other Polish Protoss players embrace this as well. Players like Mana, players like Geralt, even players like Skills and MaxFax have been known to mix this in as well. But I would say that Cristiano's just very fond of it and does this almost every PvZ. Almost. I mean, ideally, he'd have a third base alongside this, ideally. As you mentioned, again, Twilight Council into Temple Archives, the Archon drop is coming. It's going to be Archon drop into more Archons, into Immortals, into Storm. Into this kind of death bull of an army on 3 bases. The downside, as you can see, is you do have minimal Oracles. So there's only 1 Oracle to defend. That means a minimal support with the Oracles and also minimal scouting. Minimal scouting, minimal harassment. Jakub is droning, he's saturating, building up to get a safety Roach Horn behind this. Oh, okay. I said safety Roach Horn, never mind. He's pushing. He's skirting around the edge of the map, and can he break Cristiano? Okay, remember, there's only one Oracle to defend. And likewise, no immortal production because he's going for the Archon drop. Speaking of, the Archon drop is coming. Jakub, he does pull the trigger. And back at him, we got one adept. Oh, there's supply blocked. Oh no! Cristiano, he supply blocked. So far, Jakub, he does defend. He does deflect. And there is no battery here either. Yeah, there's no shield battery. That adept will go down. Lings are going to bust on into the mineral line. Oh, adept goes down. Army floods in, and probes will fall. Yeah, probes are falling. Going for a desperation warp in. At the same time, recalls back home. It does recall back. And eventually, Cristiano will clean this up, but not without losing 8 probes already. 8, 9, 10 probes going down. Jump in towards the main base. Can we get 12? Oh, barely does. 13, oh my god. 13 probe kills and also force the recall. So nice run by, nice counter damage here from young Jakub. Back at home, he's been droning up to 3 base saturation. 4th base is on the way. Lair did just finish, and now we're building up into a more roach heavy composition. Young Jakub so far looking solid. So far so good. Cristiano, he has a lot of catching up to do. Got a lot of catching up to do. Does poke in. Can he force a cancel? Oh, he can. Yeah, nice pick up. Denies the 4th base. A nice start here for Cristiano. He needs more damage though. Do you see young Jakub double expanding? And we might see Cristiano force another cancel. Archons, they find an Overlord. Supply blocking young Jakub, okay. Jakub is supply blocked. Drops into the mineral line and gets 1, 2, 3 more drones. Oof. Okay, he gets a 5. 5 drones going down. I'm thinking Cristiano, this is helping, right? He's slowly catching back up after those earlier losses. Oracle's now moving out, and back at home, Cristiano, he's banking up this death bull of an army. More Archons, more Immortals. He's actually pushing. Oh my god. I thought it was going to wait for Storm. But no, there's no Storm in sight. This will hit with +1 instead. Yeah, +1 is finishing up charge as well. A very strong timing here from Cristiano. And Jakub is teching. Jakub is teching up in towards Infestation Pit. +1 is not going to be a factor here. Only has 3 Ravagers. Nice force fields. Catching out some roaches. Hatchery goes down once again. Gets another base. Nice Stellar Runway. Does get into the mineral line. Catching out 7 drones. And Jakub getting picked up out here once again. The force fields. Oh my god. Yeah, Cristiano is trading so efficiently, and he's going for another base. He killed the 4th, and now he's going for the 5th. He's going for the 5th base. Does he have any more force fields? He does. Once again, punishing those roaches. Kills the expansion. Pulls away. And can he get out? No more force fields. That was the last one. Yeah, the final force field here. Archons are finally getting picked off. The Immortal as well. Ooh, and Cristiano, he will lose everything. Yeah, Cristiano, he will lose everything here. He cannot get away. He had some nice moves, but again, he ran out of force fields. Even if he had 2 more force fields, he could have gotten out. Just needed 2 more. Attempted recall will lose every single Immortal. Zealous did well for themselves, but Cristiano, he plummets in supply, and young Jakub does not turn around. He doesn't turn around. Keeps on going. There are sentries back at home. Jesus. Does have those backup sentries. Locking down the army. Oh my god. Crazy force fields. And catching out the roaches. And Cristiano, he defends. Okay. Cristiano, he does defend back at home. Again, he was lacking those force fields across the map. He did lose his army, but hey, he killed 2 bases. And he killed the mineral line as well. Cristiano got a mineral line. He got 2 expansions. Jakub, he's committed, but again, I'm not really too convinced here. Not anymore. It's still going to be close. Getting up to 7 Ravagers. Catching out an Immortal, not bad. Oh my god, the save! The save! Cristiano barely pulling away, while they almost get the Void Ray. And nice control, nice splits. Cristiano, he does pull back and he dominates this fight. He shuts down the Roach Ravager, and Young Yakov is being outscaled. He's being outscaled. Oh my god. Yeah, Biles didn't quite connect. Nice juggling. GG gets called, and Cristiano, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. An intense back and forth here. Initially, Young Yakov did well, going for the run by, going for the counterattack, killing probes. Likewise, he was able to shut down, deflect the first army. But then Cristiano, he was so aggressive, so aggressive. So in the face of Young Yakov, I thought he was going to go for a later push and later timing, but no, he moved out with his 5 or 4 to 5 Immortals, was able to catch out and had some amazing force fields, knocking down the 4th base, the 5th base, slicing up the army. Did lose his main army though, true, that did make it shaky. Did make it shaky, did make things very close, very intense. Lost his main army, but he traded well enough, he crippled the economy well enough that he was still able to take a lead from there. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into game number 2, going to be loading into Winter Madness. Let's go. Let us go. As we are getting into that second game. Meanwhile, looks like we already have our first semi-finalists. We'll get into it. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. Oh, representing Offside Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player himself. It is Young Yakov. Here we go, and again, a very intense, very aggressive game number 1, very back and forth. And once again, coming into game 2, I expect something similar out of Cristiano when it comes to his build. Remember, as a reminder, what did we see? It was a Stargate opener into a Robo on 2 bases, into a Twilight Council, Temple Archives, into an Archon drop. Now, the 2-base setup that he had was only because he was forced into 2 bases. His 3rd base was denied, just because Cristiano did lose both Adepts. But ideally, he would do this build with a 3rd. But I would expect to see something similar. Again, he's very fond of his Archon drops. And the more Immortal Sentry heavy style. More so than going into like Mass Blink Stalker, into Storm, like that sort of more active composition. Or going Colossus, for example. Which is a little more standard. Is a little more standard. Cristiano, anything but. Meanwhile, welcome to Winter Madness. Winter Madness is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Larger map, longer rushes to my ground, and more defendable 3 and 4 bases. As a result, we should be seeing Young Yakov go into something more economic as well. Remember last game, he did throw down a hidden early Roach Warren to go for a Roach Rush, which did cripple the economy initially, true. This time we expect to see Young Yakov be more economic and potentially even tech up a little bit harder. Whether it's Hydras, whether it's Aspire, we'll see. Aspire play is not uncommon in Winter Madness. Not uncommon just because of the size of the map. But now Stargate open out to Cristiano, everything's looking normal. But again, really it's about the timing of the robot. The timing of the tech. After said Stargate. Yakov just claiming his 3rd. Setting up back at home. And setting up. Cristiano does poke in once again. This time he gets one drone, if that. Yeah, he gets surrounded. Only one drone kill. Only one drone kill. This time a much cleaner defense here by Young Yakov. Once again, both adepts go down. That will trigger a counterattack. This time the Oracle staying back at home. And this time we're making a second Oracle. Okay. This time it's looking like a much more standard build. Stargates into a third. Second Oracle's on the way. We'll keep an eye on the Twilight Council timing. As Lings do attempt to break in. Cristiano does defend. Defends back at home. Going for the Twilight Council and Forge. And hey, Cristiano, for the first time this series, standard build. Twilight Council Forge, higher chances, +1 in Blink. Now, we have seen a lot of the Korean players, I mean, just players in general, in the most recent weeks. This year, we have seen a more heavy charge play instead of going into Blink. So we'll see where Cristiano takes us. Meanwhile, it's going to be a lair first out of Young Yakov. That is a lair before any of the tech structure, before Eva Chamber, before Roach Warren. And we are embracing a longer and later game. Meanwhile, we have confirmation. It is charged, so +1 in charge. This does mean that if Young Yakov skips Roaches and skips Banelings, then he might be in some trouble here, but he's going for a 5-minute Roach Warren timing. So safety Roach Warren. Let's see if he makes any in time. Jesus. As Cristiano is building up his charge on Archon. Adepts say shade in. So far getting 3 drones, not bad. Can we get more? Barely does. 4 drone kills. Aye, aye, aye. We see Young Yakov building up into Hydras, not Spire. And we'll see if he makes any safety roaches. If not, I will be concerned. Zelts are revealed, he knows. Yeah, charges are revealed. Nice surround. No battery. Oh, yeah, no shield battery here at the third. And as a result, he will lose 3 Zealots. Losing even more. Again, a very messy defense here by Cristiano. Yeah, very messy. Meanwhile, the Oracle's a butts into the main base. 4 drones do go down. Oh, Jesus. So we have a bit of a back and forth. But again, upon seeing all those Zealots, that does prompt Young Yakov to make Roaches. So he's making a couple of safety Roaches just so he has a buffer for his Hydras. He's got that buffer. Cristiano committing in. How many roaches do we have? 6 roaches and 5 hydras. Not the best army yet. He has to buy more time. Yeah, Yakov isn't quite ready. You see Cristiano trying to lure the army out into the open. Zealots take a lapse in. They get on top of the queens. Queens are going down. Roach is getting surrounded as well. And Cristiano, he breaks through. He's breaking through here on top of the hydras. Ay, ay, ay. Hydras are getting cornered. They cannot get away. And every hydra's going to go down. Massive pickoffs. GG gets called. GG gets called. Young Yakov gets called with his pants down, and Cristiano will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Ay, ay, ay. If you remember, Young Yakov, he saw the Zealots. He saw the Zealots, and as we were trying to emphasize, that should have prompted Young Yakov to make some safety roaches to be able to defend against the charge timing. But Yakov was greedy. He was greedy. He was droning. He only made 6 roaches, only 6 roaches, and that was not enough. Not enough to protect against that move out. Looks like Young Yakov was maybe hoping that Cristiano would be more passive and more defensive, but he hit that charge timing, moved out across the map, and punished Young Yakov for making too few roaches, for not respecting the initial build, the initial setup. GG. GG, well played. With that, Cristiano, he does snowball out of control. He does claim the series, does advance on, and let's catch up on the rest of the bracket. Game 1 was much closer. Game 1 was much more back and forth. Here in Game 2, again, it does feel like Young Yakov was maybe just a little bit too greedy in his reaction. And, oh, we have both semi-final. Okay, what are we casting first? What are we covering first here? Okay, so quickly heading on over here, we have two series here. We have ByuN. ByuN takes out NightMare 2-0. NightMare takes on Shameless 2-0. We have ByuN versus NightMare in the upper semifinals. Meanwhile, Creator takes down Geralt. Cristiano takes down Young Yakov, and we have Creator versus Cristiano in the lower semis. Let's go. Let us go. So we have our semifinals. From my understanding, the upper semis was ready first, so we're going to be jumping into the upper semifinals, followed by the lower semis. So up next should be ByuN versus NightMare. Un momento. Heading over. Sorry, the Korean server is not it's not nice to us here. It's like doesn't want to cooperate, but there we go, we're getting in. Beautiful, just mentioning the players and getting things ready. Beautiful. So up next is going to be ByuN versus NightMare. ByuN versus NightMare in a TVP. That's going to be our next matchup. Bearing in mind that both semifinals will be casted, so Cristiano has a moment here to rest, to recover, to recuperate, to get ready for his next PvP matchup against Creator. Oh boy. We will get there. Otherwise, we are going to be going on a short break. Okay. We're going to be going on a short break here, so when we come back, we will have our next series. We'll have the upper semi. See you soon. See you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, I hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OFC as we have reached the semifinals. We've reached the semis here for the Sparking Tuna Cup number 119. Again, this is a weekly open tournament, and we have the heavy hitters facing off. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran, the #1 seed of the tournament. Representing Shopify Rebellion, it is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the other South Korean player, the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our best of 3. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Sharkbait. To Sharkbait in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Bienvenidos, papi, bienvenidos, as we are delving into the semifinals of our open tournament. Welcome one and all as we jump into our fresh series here. And again, best of luck in the chat. Best of luck. Coming into this, ByuN is the heavy favorite, but NightMare has been improving quite steadily over the past couple of months. NightMare, of course, recently did travel to Home Story Cup, recently got back. He is in form, and we'll see how he compares here. We'll see if we can bring ByuN down. Let's go. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. As now, we do have an economic opener. Economic opener out of ByuN, going racks expand, going for a later factory and a later second gas. Meanwhile, standard opener out of NightMare. So far, so good. Welcome to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is one of the smaller maps in the map pool, with shorter rush distance by ground, so aggression is favored here, and we do expect to see some more aggression out of our two players. Oh, hello, as ByuN does go racks expand into a tech lab. Cheeky move here by ByuN. Basically, ByuN is going for an economic opener, and he knows that NightMare just scattered him, and ByuN wants to lure in a gateway unit to catch it with a Marauder. So you can see here, Marauder into Concussive Shell. The goal is to lure in NightMare, bait him in with a Stalker with an Adept, and catch it with said Marauder. Okay, so cheeky moves here by ByuN. We'll see if NightMare does take the bait. Yeah, he does. He does. You can see here the rally across the map, and we'll see if he makes his way over. We shall see. For now, on patrol. Bearing in mind that ByuN did skip his Reaper. Oh, and behind this, okay, it's going to be Marauder first into a 3 racks. Very old school here. I say old school. To be fair, we have been seeing this rise in popularity in recent weeks. This is going to be a 3 rack stim timing, a very aggressive follow-up here. This used to be very, very common and very meta a couple of years ago, back in 2023, back in the side Delta era of StarCraft. I want to say that was around 2022, actually. So a couple of years ago, this was all the craze. Does hit quite hard. The downside, of course, is, oh, as we do catch the first Adept. Nice catch. Gets one. Adept tries to shade away. Ooh, does not shade. Yeah, massive loss there for NightMare. Here comes the army. No safety shield battery here on the low ground. There's one Stalker to defend. Sorry, soon to be 2 Stalkers. ByuN is moving in. We'll see if we can catch a Stalker. But again, the downside of this build, of course, is your late factory, late tanks. If a NightMare is going 4-gate blink, for example, then it'd be a rough defense for ByuN. So fire kites away, and the boys are being pulled, losing 2 probes so far. Does he get 3? Up! He does. 3 probe kills. So 3 probes and the Adept. And remember, behind this is building up into stim. It's going to hit that same timing. The scariest thing for NightMare is that he's playing blind. NightMare, he sees nothing. For what he knows, it could be a fast 3rd command center behind this. It could be a faster factory into 2-1-1. NightMare going 2-gate blink? No, shut. Oof, 2-gate blink out of NightMare. Very greedy build here. Essentially, NightMare, he's delaying his Robo, he's delaying his 2nd gateway, his 3rd gateway, he's delaying extra gateways, warpins in favor of a faster expansion, but a stim timing is coming his way. The problem, though, is that he just doesn't know. NightMare is playing blind. You can see that ByuN, he deals with the probe, and he does keep his army hidden. We're at least getting some safety shield batteries. Getting 1, 2 batteries. Stim is now done, +1 is on the way. And ByuN will soon move out. Soon move out. I do appreciate that NightMare is being active with these Stalkers. He needs to be, right? He needs to get eyes on any kind of move out. He has to slow it down. Pick away at the Medivacs. Typically this build does hit pre-medevac, so ByuN is going for a delayed move out actually. He's waiting for his medevacs. Or is he? Nice snipe on the Marauder, very nice. Ooh, it was a Stalker though. NightMare's got to be careful. I don't think ByuN is going to commit. Again, I get the feeling that he does want to wait for his medevacs eventually. Yeah, he stays here in the center. He's waiting in the center. Here comes the add-on swap. Here come the medevacs. NightMare, he has time though. Because ByuN is waiting for his medevacs, NightMare is being given time to react, to respond, and to build up his Colossus. So the first Colossus is on the way. It's going to be close. There's that Chrono. NightMare's picking away the army. So far, so good. Catching at how many? 8 Marines and 3 Marauders. Nice wing control here by NightMare. And here come those medevacs. And the Colossus does pop out in time. Wow. NightMare, he should be fine. As long as he keeps the Colossus alive and keeps it safe, should be okay. ByuN moves in. And Colossus is revealed. ByuN forces him away. Tries to dive forward here, but so many Colossus swipes in the Marines. Oh my god, the Marines, they just melt. Yeah, Marines do melt. And ByuN gets shut down. ByuN gets completely shut down here. As you mentioned, he did choose to go for a later timing. Did choose to wait for the medevacs. Was less committed, less aggressive. NightMare, he got away with his 2-gate blink into the 3rd. Now the 4th base is on the way, and NightMare is in a much better position. That sim timing did fall in his face, or really the medevac timing. NightMare taking a lead. And this is looking shaky here for ByuN. Looking shaky. Yeah, before ByuN can really build up, NightMare, he might just break the 3rd. Remember, there's no factory production, there's no defensive tanks or widow mines, it's just purely bio. Vikings are on the way. They will help. Here comes NightMare. Yeah, peeling off into the mineral line. Catching out a couple of SCVs. Trying to slip into the natural. ByuN does react. Yeah, and the 3rd base is denied. That's all the NightMare wanted. Just deny mining at the 3rd. Keep ByuN on a low economy. And even mixing in some Dark Templar. Okay. Cheeky moves out of NightMare. Here they come. Warping in 3 Dark Templar at a time. ByuN, he just milled. He just milled, but there's 1 scan available at the natural. So he does have a scan. Despite that, SCVs are getting picked up. And getting 1, 2, 3 SCVs. Prism into main, scan here into the natural. Does deal with one of the Dark Templar. There's the other scan. But there are only 2. Yeah, there are only 2 scans. And that's going to be 7 dead SCVs. The Vikings do tank. Ice control by ByuN. This could have been a little worse. There we go. 9 SCV kills. This also does delay ByuN, keeps him at home. And NightMare will be the first to max out. Be the first to max. Now switching into Immortals. I thought about Blink for a moment there. Thought about Shadow Stride. Has NightMare setting up for 2 run-bys. Zelsa moving in towards the 3rd. More Zelsa towards the natural. NightMare distracting with the main army. Let's try to at least. And he pushes in. He does commit. He'll lose the Colossus though. He'll lose 1. 1 Colossus goes down. May lose the second. Get some rough losses. This is not worth it for NightMare. NightMare, he'll lose all his zealots as well. Oh no! Yeah, miscontrol with the army. He'll lose everything. The Stalkers, the Immortals. Meanwhile, the Zealots, they did not get enough damage done across the map. They did not get into the mineral lines. ByuN defends. ByuN, he defends back and only caught 2 Colossus. Again, a very messy fight here from NightMare. Very messy. Again, NightMare, he had a lead. He had momentum, but he's losing that lead. He's losing that lead. You can see the panic in NightMare's army control. Like, he was like, oh god, where am I? What am I doing here? I see does sit by with some Zealots. So once again, there are plenty of reinforcements. Yeah, these Zealots, they achieve no damage. ByuN does defend. And NightMare has to calm down. He does have a second robo that will help. He's switching to disruptors. This is good. We did need this a little bit earlier, but disruptors are on the way. The scariest thing, of course, is this moment here. ByuN's claiming a 4th, and NightMare cannot let this happen. This 4th base is going to be a big power spike for ByuN. The pressure's on NightMare. Pressure's on. NightMare pulls away. NightMare pulls away. The army does stand forward, catching out an Immortal. And nice pick up. Likewise, Vikings, they go for the dive. They don't get a Colossus this time. And NightMare, he pulls away in time. Saves the Colossus, punishes the Vikings. This time a better trade here for NightMare. Now as the army's trade with the Zealots move out across the map. And we have Zealots hitting the natural. Main army just chase down those ghosts. The ghosts are getting exposed. Up, gets one. Does get a ghost. Zealots are popping up in the mineral line. And NightMare, he commits. He's committing in short as Novas. Novas are going off. Oh my god, massive connections. And Novas do connect. Oh, punishing ByuN. And ByuN's being pulled apart here. 16 SVs going down. Decent engagement here by NightMare. But he doesn't break the expansion. Doesn't break through. He needs more charge slots. They're coming. Getting messy. NightMare, he has to keep the pressure up. Once again, he has to deny the center base or the third or something. But as the Liberator count gets higher, it's going to become more and more difficult for NightMare to move in. It's going to be difficult. 1 Colossus goes down. Losing 2. Oh my god. Yeah, late control there by NightMare. He pulled away the Colossus too late. And messy engagement. At the same time, NightMare, he tries to get into the mineral line, but good reaction by ByuN. He pulls away in time. ByuN pulls away. NightMare did miscontrol, and ByuN is now taking a lead. At this point, ByuN has secured his 4th. His 4th is now secure, and ByuN is perfecting his army. Getting into Liberator range. The Fusion Core is done. Liberator range almost as well. 3-3, more Liberators. And ByuN is starting to outscale. I say starting just because there are opportunities here. If NightMare can pop off with a run-by, with a counterattack, he has Zealots getting ready. If he can distract ByuN, then maybe. Unfortunately, it does feel like ByuN has kind of caught on to the tempo of NightMare. And he's getting ready to defend against the run-bys. Like, he knows. Yeah. At this point, it's a little bit too obvious that NightMare is getting ready for those run-bys. ByuN is in position. We have the Stargate on the way. This is late. This is a late tech choice, but basically NightMare is working towards Skytools. This should be Stargate into Fleet Beacon, into Mothership, into Tempest. This is a late choice. And ByuN will soon max out. Oof. Prism goes down. Once again, you can see ByuN is ready here for the run-by. He's ready for both run-bys. He's also being thrown away. Main army does push in. Liberators are in position. And Liberators, they punish. Up! Decent overs. But the Colossus, what are we doing here? Yeah, Colossus, they move too far in. And the Colossi go down. Oof. From here, ByuN can just stim and win. Chases down every Disruptor, every Colossus. Final Colossus falls. A nice pick up there against the Nova. The pickup happy. And again, you can see NightMare just plummeted in supply. And he doesn't have the freedom to switch into Skytoss. It's too late. It's too late for Skytoss. ByuN just has to chill, max out, then move out again. As he's now claiming a 5th base. NightMare going for a DT run by instead. But last there's the turret. Shadow Stride was researched. And there's potential maybe if they blink on top of the missile turrets.
Liberation.
NightMare, he does dive in, gets a Liberator, takes out one, starting back the army with the Novas. Up! That's easy connections. Okay, does connect well, breaks through into the mineral line. Even catching out those Vikings. But alas, does he have enough? He does not. Yeah, there's not enough Zealots here and not enough support. At the same time, GT's there to get the mineral line. Okay, not bad. Dark Templar, they pop up. 19 SCV kills. NightMare, he gets some damage. Does get some damage done. He's not going to take this line down. Suddenly, NightMare, he has potential. You see NightMare, he sees the army and he's thinking about those Novas. ByuN, is he looking? Oh! Here come the Disruptors. Novas go up. Up! And it does connect. It does connect. I'll pick up there, but does still connect with the army. And NightMare, he dives in. And he does focus on the Liberators. Gets one, gets two. Both Liberators barely go down. The Planetary is surrounded. But he does not break the Planetary. Oof. Yeah, that was a big investment from NightMare. He lost a lot of Stalkers. And it barely wasn't worth it. NightMare has to pull away. Once again, NightMare's looking for a way in. Templar to spread out. And head on fight, I do still favor ByuN, but nice dive here on the Liberators. Gets one, gets two. Takes down all three. Liberator counters resets. NightMare gaining some ground. It does reset the Liberator count. Not bad. Not a bad engage here from NightMare. Now rotating over. ByuN down to 2 Liberators. And I feel like NightMare can just commit in. He's tempted. Taking it slow. For me, this would be a time to throw down a fleet beacon. Like this, like this is when we have a bit of an opportunity. Wait, what? Okay, recalls over towards the right-hand side. Interesting. The weird thing about this recall is that he didn't recall everything, and he's running. Like he's still telegraphing his movements. Oof. Leading out stalkers. Yeah, messy rotation out of NightMare. DT's a movement towards left-hand side. Does cause a big distraction. CP's out of ByuN. DT's a collapse here in the center base. Going for the planetary. Can he get it? It's gonna be close. One more swipe and barely does break through. Planetary goes down. NightMare. He's popping off. Takes down a base. Moves in on the right hand side. Oh, never mind. ByuN is back up to 11 liberators. That's a lot of freedom. It's a lot of freedom. NightMare does catch a couple of liberators. He gets one, he gets two. Just one. Oh gosh. As he does try to rotate once again and rallying his DTs over towards the right hand side. Oh. Enough movement. NightMare's looking for a way in. Liberators are keeping up. Oh, dog. Yeah, achievement hit by NightMare. He gets caught out. He gets caught out. Every DT does fall. I want to say 2 DTs get recalled. But NightMare did rotate. Okay, catching out the planetary. Not bad. Gets one. Ooh. And takes down one. Nice Nova here on the ghost. NightMare does pull away. At the same time, ByuN does find some damage though. Yeah, finally ByuN gets across the map, takes down the mineral line. NightMare's hurting. Yeah, ideally the pro player wants to maintain map control. That's not the case. Yeah, forcing him to move in. Nice splits. Very nice splits. ByuN is punishing. Takes on bottom right. Keeps pushing forward. NightMare, he plummets in supply. Lost far too much far too quickly. Oof. And this might be too much here. Down to 2 disruptors, sorry, down to 4. No more Colossus. NightMare, he's running out of his bank. Running out of minerals. And he's gonna lose even more. He'll lose even more here. His probes are going down. DTs, they might clean this up. Oh. They force a pick up. And NightMare, he has half the army supply. He's like, Jesus. Down to 100 supply. Again, NightMare, he can't afford these losses. Does take down a planetary. At the same time, though, he's going to lose top left. No. Another base goes down. NightMare, he's broke. He's broke back. And the army sims in. 24 trying here. 26 probes going down. Crazy damage. And NightMare is down to 19. Down to 19 workers again. He has no economy, has no income. Down to less than a middle line worth of workers. And these are the last units. The last units, last army here of NightMare. Down to 3 disruptors, a handful of stalkers. And it was back and forth. There were some nice moments for NightMare for sure. But, I mean, crucially, we saw that ByuN, he still got his 4th, his 5th, his 6th base up and running. Maintain his economy, his losses. And with that NightMare, he'll lose everything down to no army. I mean, what's it left? GG gets called. GG gets called, and ByuN takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN takes the lead in the series. Again, we did have a bit of a back and forth here. NightMare definitely had some opportunities, had some moments. He was even ahead at some points, especially in the mid game, but eventually did lose that lead. ByuN successfully got up to 3, 4, 5, 6 bases towards the end. He could retain his army, maintain his losses, maintain his army. GG. GG, well played. Eventually NightMare was just outscaled, and now we're getting to game number 2, and we'll see if NightMare can bounce back, can recover, and force the ace match. Let's go. Game 2 is going to be on Winter Madness. Did you see me seeing buses so strong? Yeah, we saw that our Templar sniped, what was it, 2 planetaries? Maybe 3? Like 2 to 3 planetaries, which was nice. But remember, this was happening when ByuN already had 5 or 6 bases. Like, ByuN could afford those losses at that time. If this was happening earlier in the game, then different story, right? Then it's a little bit more impactful. But otherwise, ByuN, he could maintain that. And here we go, we're getting to our next game. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself representing Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. Oh, show how hard to hit the P4. Yeah, they definitely kind of takes like what, like 3, 4 swipes, depending on how many DTs get in. For sure. Can be crazy. Here we go. We're getting into game 2. Welcome to Winter Madness. Winter Madness is one of the larger maps in the map pool. When it comes to building up on 3, 4, 5 bases, it will be a little bit easier here, somewhat. I will say that the bases are more spread out. True. They're much more spread out here on Winter Madness, so it'll be much more difficult to rotate and keep up with an aggressing player, for sure. Can be more difficult. We'll see. As we get into 5 and 6 bases. For now, though, remember, again, it was, what, half an hour ago, but ByuN did open up last game with the early concussive shell into 3-rack stim timing. If you recall, which fell on its face, right? Like, NightMare had the stronger mid game. Like, he was able to shut down ByuN, gain momentum, move out. And we had that crazy back and forth where NightMare did overextend. I'm still reminded of his blunder where you could see him panic with his army control, where he got caught in the center of the map and was just trying to get out of there. Lost all of his Colossus. Just some shaky moments. For now, though, double gas open out of ByuN and going for a faster factory. Okay. So ByuN is going for a delayed CC. With this can lead into reactor Reaper Hellion. This can lead into earlier committed mine play. Show us what you got. We go. Meanwhile, NightMare, he opts not to probe scouts. Bold move. So no probe scout out of NightMare. He's moving out with his adept. Trying to get a read on what's going on. ByuN is massing up that Reaper Hellion. The goal here is to catch out the initial gateway units and bust into a mineral line. And take a lead early on. Army gets spotted. Yeah, the army is spotted. NightMare, he commits in, does recall and does save the adept. Not bad. Nice moves out of NightMare. Does save the adepts. Behind this, we need shield batteries. There we go. Battery in the main. No battery in the natural yet. ByuN is moving in. Does move in. NightMare, he's got 2 Adepts and 1 Stalker. Oh, his army is split. And the first Adept is going to go down. Oof. And we'll lose 1. Does trade. Second Adept falls as well. Now going for the Stalker. The Stalker is not long for this world. Boys are being pulled away, and they're going to be stacking up against a Hellion. Oh no! And this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand here. Oh my god, massive Hellion shots. As probes they line up, 6 probes go down. He's still not done, by the way. He's still not done. Oh my god. Okay, getting up to 6. The shield battery does save the workers in the main. But what about the natural? Yeah, what about the natural? 8 probe kills. And so far, a nice start for ByuN. Very strong start. ByuN losing 2 Hellions and 2 Reapers for 8 probes, 2 Adepts, and a Stalker. So much better start for the Terran. Behind this, ByuN getting ready for the counterattack. He's got a safety Cyclone. Bunker into tank production. Just setting up back at home. NightMare, meanwhile, he does get up to 2 gates. So 2 gate blink, most likely into a faster third. So nothing too aggressive out of NightMare. Yeah, NightMare, he tries to expand, and the Reapers are here. Delayed third Nexus. Oof. Ay. He's going back in. There's no battery. Yeah, there's no shield battery. More probes going to be going down. Getting 3 probes in total, getting up to 4. And this is very quickly becoming critical damage. 5 probe kills and a delayed expansion. Has 13 probe kills in total. NightMare at least killed the bunker. Got some damage, but it's a rough start. From here, ByuN's just chilling. ByuN is just chilling. Just setting up at 2 bases. Just has to wait until Stim finishes. Stim, medevac production. Tanks are massing up as well. ByuN isn't going to push anytime soon, but ByuN is looking very comfortable. He does have a lead. Does have a lead here. And ByuN can just build up into a third and then start to move out. So until then, NightMare, he has some time to lick his wounds for sure, but he needs more than just that. He has to be able to counterattack. Whenever ByuN does decide to move out, we need to see a backstab, Zealot round by, Warp Prism into the main, Stalker aggression as well. The pressure is on NightMare. NightMare actually going for a gateway explosion. Okay. Before any further attack. What I mean by that, there's no Forge, there's no Bay, there's no Temple Archives. ByuN getting 3 more probes. But yeah, NightMare is getting up to 8 gates back at home. So 3 base 8 gate setup. I'm not really too familiar with seeing 8 gate all-ins in TVP. But ByuN is pushing. And again, I would have assumed that he would expand. He should be taking a star base behind this. But ByuN does move out. And we'll see if NightMare can survive. Can he hold? He's warping in slow. I feel like he forgot charge. I don't think this is intentional. He's warping in slow. Yeah, he did. Charge is not done. No shot. He forgot charge, Pappy. Yeah, that's why I was so confused about the gateway explosion. The slow lots are coming in. They get 1 tank. Only 1. Yeah, only 1 tank. And with that, ByuN, he snowballs out of control. GG gets called. You can see charge starts as the fight begins. So charge was forgotten, and ByuN, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. I was so perplexed by the fact that we were going up to 8 gateways with only Stalker tech, with only Blink. I was so confused. And we saw there that that was not intentional, that we were supposed to get into charge. Charge was forgotten, and we had a bunch of slow lots to defend. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. ByuN does advance on into the grand finals. My condolences to NightMare. We did have an intense back and forth. And again, I want to say that NightMare did have some nice moments in game number 1. But here in game 2, just rough from the beginning. Losing, was it 13 probes? 13 workers went down. Delay on the third base as well. Losing the adepts. Like, it was just a very, very rough early game. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we are jumping on over here into the lower semis. Oh, let's go. Up next is going to be a PvP between Creator and Christiana. So ByuN is waiting in the grand finals, waiting for the winner of this next matchup. Let's go. Let us go. So getting into our PvP. Game 1 is going to be on Tourmaline. Okay. So in a sense, we're kind of nearing the end of the broadcast. We have one more semifinals, of course, and then the grand finals thereafter. 2 series left. 2 series left. 2 series to go. Oh boy. Bearing in mind, we also have a random raffle as well before the finals. True. Don't forget. We gotta get there. And likewise, if you want to support this tournament and support these players, you can do so via Patreon. ! Patreon in the chat. Patreon does give you a link to... Oh, hold on. There we go. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments. It funds Sparkling Tuna Cup, it funds Sea Duckling Open and Masters 1 Open as well. All of our events are funded via Patreon, so you can help us grow via Patreon as well. Can help us out, if you wish. Again, our tournament is the longest running Open Cup out there right now. Previously, it was the ESL Open Cups, but the ESL Open Cups did actually conclude. They concluded over a year ago at this point, but Tuna Cup persists, papi. Let's go. Longest running Open Cup. Let's go. I have to specify Open Cup because technically Legacy Week of Japan is the longest running tournament. They've been running, I think, what they're getting up to like week 500 or something. Like, but that is a Japanese only tournament. And shout out to them, by the way. They've been standing strong for many years. Big shout out. But here we go. We have our fresh series. We have our best of 3, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is a Creator. And spawning in the right hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Offset Esports. It is Christiana. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we delve into our second semifinals. And this is going to be a hard one to call. I'll be honest here. I feel like on paper, Creator is the more renowned player, for sure. He is the more renowned player. He is the favorite player coming into this. But at the same time, Christiana is a beast, especially in PvP. Like Christiana, he did recently defeat Classic. I say recently, this was like a month ago at this point. But hey, if you can beat Classic in a PvP, you can beat anyone. PvP can be very chaotic, very intense. But we'll see how these players do kind of clash when it comes to their styles. Unlike Classic, unlike Hero, unlike Zaun, I would say that Creator, he's the most tame of Korean Protosses. Zaun, Classic, Creator, Clown, Classic, Zaun, Classic, Hero, NightMare, they're a little more aggressive, a little more assertive, a little more chaotic. They're willing to cheese, willing to proxy, willing to all in, so much more. Creator, he's a little more mid-game oriented, more so than the other Korean Protosses. And that might benefit Christiana. We'll see. For now, Creator, he does hide his probe, he does hide his pylon. It is a fake proxy. So Creator is playing standard and trying to make it look like he's more committed than he is. Christiana pokes in, and Christiana, he will confirm that a pylon is missing. So Christiana, he's aware that something is wrong. He's aware that something is amiss. Is aware. Behind this, we're just building up here. Soon claiming our natural bases. We can see Christianity does send out a second probe to look for the proxy. But he still does open Sentry Stalker. And he will expand. Created with a slightly faster expansion. Cristiano not too far behind. If Hallucination comes in, Cristiano, he confirms that there is a Nexus, so he knows he's safe. He's safe and sound. Sentries are revealed. Armies are building up, both players building up into Blink. And when it comes to the mid game here, Cristiano, he's very fond of these 3-base charge timings, or even charge all-ins, where he does skip out when it comes to higher tech units and go into mass zealots. Does try to hit a timing. He is very fond. And we'll see if we see that here on Tourmaline. But now, ooh, Cristiano gets caught out. Yeah, he does get caught. Cristiano here does have to pull away. Does pull out. Does race back home again. Better engage here for Creator. And both players expand. Again, we're just calming down. We're just calming down. And again, if you're familiar with PvPs and you're like, hold on, we're building up into the mid game. Yes. Again, like Creator, he's that much less assertive and that much less chaotic. It does poke in towards the third base though. And with force fields, he can maybe try to engage, but nah, he does pull out. Does pull out, does pull back, does distract. Setups they do threaten a shade. But Cristiano's keeping up. And after all this posturing, we're going to be calming down and starting to work on those upgrades. We have the Forge on the way for +1, Robot for Immortal Production, soon building up to charge and just slowing things down and embracing that mid game. And we'll see what kind of compositions we build up into. Immortal Production begins for Cristiano. Creator shouldn't be too far behind. Going for extra gateways. Still waiting for set upgrades. And we'll just keep checking. Again, we're looking for, say, a gateway explosion or a dark shrine, faster expansion, faster tech. Both players are playing standard. Charge is now on the way for Creator. So we have a slight variation here, where Creator has faster charge into Archons, Cristiano has faster Immortal Production. But both players should be heading in the same direction. Never mind. I was going to say both players should be heading in the same direction, but no, Cristiano is going into Mass Glaive Adepts. Okay, so Immortal Glaive Adepts, it can be a very potent kind of army. It doesn't scale well into a longer game. True, it doesn't scale well, but it can kill. It can definitely kill here. The way this works here is Adepts are ideal against Zealots. Zealots, they do melt against Adepts, and Adepts, they also tank very, very well against Immortals. So they're kind of your meat shield for your mass Immortal composition. Meanwhile, Creator's playing more standard, going into charge slots, into Archons, into Stalkers. Cristiano, he'll have a lot of burst damage available to him. But it's going to be more or less one and done for Cristiano. This is warping in the depths. Two Adepts, they threaten a shade. And they do get into the mineral line. 1, 2, maybe 3. And 3 pro kills, not bad. Does get 3 workers at the same time. Oh. Creator also got across the map as well. Killing 2. Here go the depths are amassing. When it comes to the current compositions, I do feel like I favor Cristiano here a little bit more. The army gets spotted. Army is spotted. Creator, he reacts. It comes down to the engage though. Does come down to the engage. Cristiano does break in, getting us off the expansion. Again, that's a lot of adepts. Charges, and they cannot freely engage. Cristiano, he has to pull away. Sorry, Creator, he has to pull away. Get the better concave. Nice force fields, not bad. Yeah, locks down the army. Does lock him down. Cristiano has to pull away. And again, pushing up this ramp, it's that much more difficult. Does break through though. Okay. Does break through. So again, going to be zoned away. Again, we've seen some amazing force fields here out of Creator. Zoning back those Immortals. Jesus, but we're warping in 9 adepts at a time. It's a lot of adepts. Again, they built a tank. They shut down the Zealots. Charges are going down. Archons are exposed. And Cristiano, he's doing it. Cristiano, he's trying to break through. Once again, these forces make it awkward to engage. Dies on the first Immortal. Does focus on 1. He gets 1. He's trying to go for the other. Immortals, they kite back. And the Archons, they crumble. Yeah, the Archons do crumble. Cristiano, he is breaking through. He still retains all 3 Immortals. Where are the Warpins, though? Yeah, here they come. Again, 9 Adepts. Adepts have arrived. GG gets called, and Cristiano, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Cristiano, he does overwhelm. Again, this style, this does have a really strong timing here. It hits like a truck. The way this works, as you saw, Adepts, they shut down the Zealots. The Archons are dealt with by the Immortals, and the Immortals, they just go to town. We did see the Creator, he tried to dive on that first Immortal. He got 1, but only 1 Immortal went down. That entire fight, that entire game, those 3 Immortals in the backline were just getting free damage. I really did appreciate the force fields out of Creator. They did make it awkward for Cristiano to engage. Cristiano, his attacks were very delayed because of the non-stop force fields, but eventually still broke through. Eventually did break through. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into game number 2, and Cristiano is 1 game away from claiming the series. We'll see if Creator can recover. As we load into another one of these smaller maps, as we load into 10,000 feet. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. Oh, down in the series, we'll see if he mounts back. It is a Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is a Cristiano. Here we go. Go as we're settling into game 2, and we'll see if Creator does shift gears here. Remember last game, Creator, he went for a fake proxy into the mid game, which Cristiano, he was more than happy to embrace. This time, show us what you got. Yo, shout out to the Tuna. Shout out to the Tuna. As we have our 2-gate opener versus 2-gate opener. So far, so good. Everything's looking normal. So far, we're looking standard. As this time, there is no fake proxy pylon, and there's no real proxy pylon either. Cristiano will confirm. He goes in, sees at both pylons. So Cristiano, he can breathe easy. And breathe easy. As we have a double adept opener out of Creator, meanwhile Sentry Stalker out of Cristiano. A Creator's going to be more aggressive. With two adepts, he can shade across the map and he can threaten the mineral line. Cristiano just will have scouting information. He can scout. Nice pylon block. Creator being as annoying as possible. Both players are. Both players blocking. You can see the Creator, he does hide his adepts. Pylon does finish. And Creator force reveal. It does reveal. Creator, meanwhile, does cancel his own pylon. And Cristiano can now expand. Oh, hello. You have my attention. Yeah, Cristiano, he is being very attentive here to this probe. Creator, meanwhile, he's not stopping. He's going from 2 up to 4 up to 6 adepts. He's not stopping with his adepts. And he is checking for proxies. He doesn't find the probe. Oh my god. Barely. No, he comes in too soon. Yeah, the probe is spotted the pylon as well. Cristiano, just a little bit too soon here. He had waited a couple of seconds. Adepts, they shut this down. At least Cristiano scouts all the adepts. True. Goes to the Stargate back in there. Yeah, Stargate before Twilight Council. Meanwhile, Creator going for the Robo instead. Going into the Robo first does typically mean into a higher mortal count into Immortal Interclave Adepts. That is available here to Creator. That's a lot of Adepts though. 8 Adepts moving out. And Cristiano, can he hold on? He does have a probe in position. Adepts, they threaten a massive shade. And looks like he does. Oh, not commit. Doesn't commit in yet. Oh, it does go into the natural. Probes are going to go down. Yeah, getting 3, 4, 5 probe kills. Meanwhile, across the map, we do get adepts into the middle line. Okay, Cristiano with some counter damage gets 3. Takes down 3 workers. Oof. Tries to shade, doesn't get much more than that. But we do have a back and forth. We have a back and forth. Cristiano still might get done. The Oracle moves out across the map. I believe Creator, he has no scouting information. I don't think the adepts spotted the Oracle. I think they were barely out of vision. Yeah, there's no defensives. There's no battery. There's no battery in the mineral lines. There's 1 Stalker and 2 sentries. Adepts take it into the main. Cristiano does hit the main base as well, and probes are going to go down. Shani's ready. He's ready in the main base. It's going to be 4, 5, 6, 7 probe kills. Oracle gets thrown away. It does get 9 probes in total. Cristiano takes a lead. Takes a lead. He still has another Oracle. Gets 1 more probe. This time a little more careful with it. Pulls away. It does pull away. And we have to take a moment. We have to. Okay. As it settles, Creator, he does have the Immortal Productions we mentioned before. Building up into Immortals. Does not go into Glaives, going into Blink instead. So a much more standard mid game here by Creator. But he's working towards it. Cristiano gets a full scouts. Pays off 2 more probes. At the same time, Adepts, they also shade in. Barely pulls out. Working outs are quite close. They're still neck and neck. Cristiano slightly ahead. But Creator has other advantages. Faster +1. We got faster +1. We have Immortal Production as well. Faster Blink. The tech here in general is just faster for Creator. The reasoning for that is the Stargate. The Stargate from Cristiano did delay his tech. And his Harass, which was meant to give him a lead, really just allows things to even up. So I do have to give the slight edge here to creator. So building up into that set mid game. Table archives, Archon production, leading into charge. We're calming down. We're calming things down. Taking it slow. I say that creator does throw down 4 more gateways. He's choosing not to expand. Uh-oh. So late third base for creator. Looking more and more like a 2-base all-in. Okay, he's going for it. What has Cristiano seen? He's checking. He's checking for a third expansion. So he's moving out, checking the center, checking the left-hand side as well. Cristiano, he needs shield batteries. There it is. 3 batteries are on the way. And he confirms. Yeah, he spots to move out. Spots a War Prism. Cristiano is fully aware of the 2-base all-in. And he's throwing down more pylons, more batteries. Again, it's going to be a tough hold. Can Cristiano survive? Stage Trap will help. How about there's the Observer? Does have the Observer. Getting up to 7 batteries. Let's go. This goes down. And geez, there are 4 immortals. Decent force fields. We don't want to be too wasteful. But against 4 immortals, I don't see Cristiano holding here. It's just such a massive army. He's trying there. Nice force fields. Locks down one of the immortals. Oh my god, Bailey gets 1. 3 immortals left. Okay. A nice stop for Cristiano. Again, it's like it's a big challenge, a big fight here to bring down each immortal. He's already got 1. 3 left. Yes, 3 immortals left. Once again, locks down 3 of those sentries. 1, 2, 3 sentries go down. Shields are triggered. Cristiano, he has to back off. He has to back off. He has to pull away. He's running out of force fields. Charge is now done. One of the immortals is exposed. He gets 1. Yeah, he gets 1. There's 2 immortals left. Hoping a micro. Yeah, it does save the immortals. It's still getting quite close here. The batteries are too far back. Diving on the prism. The prism goes down. Both the immortals go down as well. And Cristiano, he's holding. He resets the immortal count. Only Stalkers left. And Zelsa trickling in. No shot. GG gets called. The all-in fails. And Cristiano, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Cristiano. He will claim the series. Very impressive defense here again. So crucial. He scouted. He was able to scout, able to confirm. Remember, he had 7 shield batteries at his third base. He had 7 batteries ready, and the real MVPs though were the force fields. He was able to catch out that first immortal. That first immortal got caught by the force fields. Likewise, able to buy a lot of time for what? For charge. For charge to finish, for Zelsa to warp in to pull off that defense. GG. GG, well played. Whew, again, a very impressive defense there by Cristiano, and that leads us into the grand finals. Let's go. Let us go. We have 1 series remaining here tonight. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. It is going to be a best of 5. Best of 5 between Cristiano and ByuN. As ByuN took down NightMare in the semis, Cristiano took down Creator. So ByuN versus Cristiano is going to be coming up next. The 2 highest performing players in the history of Tuna Cup. True. They are the top 2. But before the grand finals, it is time for what? It's time for La Rifa, papi. Here we go. It is time for our random raffle. So every single week here for the Tuna Cup, we do have a random participation raffle. The way this works here is that every player is equally eligible to earn 5 USD. Nothing crazy, nothing major, but a nice way to kind of spread the love and spread out the support. All players are eligible as long as you played your games. If you signed up and checked in and forfeited, then you are ineligible. You're ineligible for the raffle. So thankfully, everyone did play out their games. There was no forfeit in the early rounds, so everyone is equally eligible here. This week we have, I believe, 20. We do have, yes, 20 eligible players for the raffle, and 1 player walks away a little bit richer. Let's go. Let us go. This week, congratulations to, oh, let's go. Congratulations to NightMare. To NightMare, the South Korean Pro Toss player, he did make it all the way to the semi-finals, did make it to the semis, and did get knocked out by ByuN in the semi-finals. He took down Azura and Sheamus to make it that far in the tournament. Did get knocked out, but hey, does earn some prize money. Congratulations here to NightMare. Shout out to Azura. Azura was a runner-up alongside Hacker's Top, Sheamus, Yang Yakov, and the Mega. Oh, barely didn't make the cutoff. But shout out to NightMare. Shout out to NightMare. Does walk away with some prize money here, as that leads us into the finals, into those grand finals. Likewise, if you want to support the tournament, if you want to help us boost the prize pool and grow the event, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund the Tuna Cup, it does fund Duckling Open, which is an amateur diamond tournament, and Master Swan Open as well, which is an amateur masters tournament. So we have 3 events on a regular basis, all funded via Patreon. So you can help us grow, help us grow that Patreon and boost the prize pool even further, and ideally even grow our tournaments to have a monthly finals, which we did have last year. Not this year, but we can build ourselves back up again. Likewise, if you want to support this specific tournament, you can do so via Matcherino. !Matcherino in the chat. The Matcherino page is built for this specific weekly tournament, so you can help boost the prize pool for this specific Tuna Cup, for Tuna Cup number 119. It is supported via Matcherino. Otherwise, looks like Vetoes are done. Vetoes are done, and our best of 5 grand finals is upon us. Game 1 is going to be on White Rabbits. Let's go. Whew, let us go. And coming to the grand finals here, ByuN, of course, is the favorite player. True, he is favored, but at the same time, Cristiano, he has proven himself. He took down Yang Yakov, he took down Creator. Can he take down ByuN? Can he take down a Terran? Let's go. Let us go. I'll also say that NightMare did show that he, I want to say especially game 1. Game 1 was very close, it was very clutch, and we could have seen NightMare take ByuN down as well. There was a chance there for a back and forth, so it has shown that ByuN is mortal, but we'll see. We'll see if we can have a back and forth here. I'm hoping for a game 4. I'm hoping for a game 5. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Pro Toss player, the Polish Pro Toss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Best of luck, man. Best of luck. So we're getting into our grand finals, the final series of the broadcast. We made it, baby. We made it. Whew. Oh boy. Coming into this, Cristiano, he does have a certain style here in PvT. It's very robo-centric. Colossus, Disruptors is what we expect out of Cristiano. We did actually cast Cristiano versus Big Gabe during Home Story Cup, and he had a very intense back and forth against Gabe. We'll see how he compares to ByuN. He and Gabe went all the way to the ace match in their series. We'll see if we can see something similar here. Specifically on this map, we did see Cristiano actually defeat Gabe. The reason for this is because of the 4th base location. This forward expansion here, once we get into the mid game and mid to late game, can be very difficult to defend. Rotations do apply pressure to the top side and south side as well. You can directly interrupt the economy and disrupt the mineral income, disrupt mining, and make it that much more difficult with the Terran player to defend. That's specifically for the 4th base, but we'll get there. For now, we've seen this before. We actually saw this against NightMare. It's going to be a Rax Expand opener out of ByuN. Economic start, but he's going for the follow-up Tech Lab. Into what? Into Early Marauder. So Early Marauders out of ByuN. His goal here is to catch the first Stalker or the first Adept. Because of the economic start, he's hoping that Cristiano tries to punish him. Cristiano does hide a probe. And the Adept is coming. Adept is on the way. ByuN backing up those Marauders. Behind this we have a 2nd Rax, and most likely into a 3rd Rax into a 3 Rax stim timing. If you remember, we saw this very same build on Tourmaline in ByuN's series against NightMare. So same build. He's headed for that stim timing. Meanwhile, we have a Twilight Council opener out of Cristiano getting into Blink. Probe does dip back in. And no surprises here, there is that 3rd Rax. So again, 3 Rax stim out of ByuN. Now, if you recall, I assumed that ByuN was going to be going for a 3x stim timing, but in his game against NightMare, ByuN actually waited for the factory and the starport, and he waited for his medevac. So he went for a later move out. Meanwhile, what the hell's going on? Wait, what? The proxy pylon across the map. Cristiano is going into Glaive at Epps. Okay. Interesting. Not going into Blink. This is very committed, by the way. Very committed, very aggressive. This, of course, does not scale into a longer game. A later Forge, later Tech. There's that proxy. 4 gate glaives. Yeah, 4 gate glaives here from Cristiano. Before that can hit, so you see ByuN poking in, going for the pylon. So far, Cristiano, he does hold. Does defend. But the depths are coming. And ByuN, he does scout around the edge of the map here. He does not find any proxy, not yet. He does barely miss the gateway. And up, say move out. Going for a dodge. Jesus, we're just clowning. Glaive Depths into DTs, Pappy. Let's go. The bunker's not quite done, but with the Marauders here, ByuN can fight head on. Stim is going to finish in time. Stim will complete the bunker as well. The longer this goes on, the worse it's going to be for Cristiano. We got to hit soon. I don't know if he can break the army, I'll be honest. He's going for the middle line. Yeah, Shade's in. Does Shade in, the boys are being pulled. And ByuN will clean this up. Yeah, ByuN, he will just completely shut this down. Takes down every single adept. Only 3 ACVs go down. This is a better trade for ByuN. A much better trade. And Cristiano is falling on his face here. This had potential, but again, ByuN, he was able to pull back home. He had his Marauders. They tank very well. They tank well. Once again, the take commit in. Shadows to the bunker, protecting the Marines. And it does protect. More depths are shading forward. We're slowly leading damage here, okay. Cristiano, he's breaking through the defenses, gets 4 more SCVs, but only 4. Only 4. ByuN does defend. DTs are revealed, but there's already detection. Turn in the main, turn in the natural. Cristiano now claims his 3rd base, but it's a shaky setup here from Cristiano. You could argue, sure, he killed some SCVs. 8 SCVs went down for 17 Glaive Adepts. Oh, God. It was a big investment. It was a big investment. Cristiano falling back, claiming his 3rd base. Again, delayed 3rd base. Delayed expansion. And ByuN will soon break out. He'll soon move out, just waiting for his medevacs. Here they come. Oh, Jesus. So you get a recall back home. ByuN, he gets spotted. Cristiano trying to get ready. I mean, if you recall, Cristiano, he did spot the medevacs, but there's nothing in the main. He just recalled. Yeah, Cristiano's out of position. He's out of position. Do we go for a base trade? As Cristiano, he can try to just commit into the natural. And here comes ByuN. And here comes ByuN. Going for the main and depowers the gateways. Cristiano, he commits in. Going for the base trade. Boys are being pulled. Yeah, the boys are pulled. Bunker is safe. And Cristiano, he doesn't break through. No shot. Yeah, no shot. GG gets called, and ByuN takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A very chaotic game 1 here. Cristiano going into 4 gate Glaive Adepts in a TVP. He's crazy, man. He's crazy. Alas, it did fall in his face. He killed a handful of SCVs. Or was it like, what, 4 or 5 SCV kills for 17 adepts. It was insane trades there, insane damage in favor of ByuN, of course. So they were not quite worth it. If ByuN didn't have a safety bunker, if ByuN didn't have Marauders, then maybe, but yeah, last ByuN, he was more than ready. GG. GG, well played. With that, ByuN takes the lead in the series, and we'll see if Cristiano can bounce back. Game 2 is going to be on Tourmaline. Let's go. Getting to Tourmaline. There we go, the players are ready. We're jumping in. As a reminder, of course, is a best of 5 grand final, so plenty of games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. Plenty more. Here we go. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Tourmaline. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Terran player. We have the South Green Terran representing Shalvar Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. Here we go. Now, I do not expect to see Glaive Adepts again. No shot. we should not be seeing Glaive Adepts again for a second time this series. That was a crazy, quirky, wild build in game 1, and never again, Bappy, never again. So we should be calming down and getting to something more standard. Twilight Council into Blink, into like 3K Blink is what we're expecting here, but we'll see. Likewise, ByuN once again, single gas, racks expand. Economic opener here out of ByuN. Going for a faster CC. ByuN could once again go for a faster Marauder. Could go for the Tech Lab here. So we'll keep an eye on ByuN. As Cristiano does break in for the scouts. In going Zealot first. Okay, typically when you go and commit into this early Zealots, the goal here is to get across the map, disrupt the economy, and delay the expansion. Speaking of, Cristiano just being as annoying as possible. Oof. Does kill the SCV. Okay. Kills the worker, delays the natural. Does delay. I mean, once again, it is going to be that Marauder follow-up. And ByuN should shut this down. Should shut down the Zealots. So Marauder into second and third racks. Once again, a 3-rack stim follow-up here out of ByuN. 2 games in a row. Same build. Same build out of ByuN. And Marauder's revealed. This Zealot shouldn't get any damage. Maybe gets one swipe up on the SCV. Gets 2 swipes. Gets 2 swipes. Adept is going to be coming in. And can we delay that expansion? He's going for it. Oh no, he's going for the dive. He fails to do so. Yeah, he does not get in. The SCV is safe. The Adept goes down. And ByuN defends. Great early game here for ByuN. He defends. He shuts down the aggression. Saves his SCV. Cristiano is hurting. Oh, okay, we have a slight variation. I say that. It's still 3 racks stim timing. We have the eBay on the way for +1. And Cristiano is stuck at home. Wait for Blink. The early game has been in favor of ByuN. Cristiano, he throws down 2 more gateways, so 3-gate Blink. 3-gate Blink out of Cristiano. Does he go for another? For now, just playing it safe. Goes to the Robo. So 3 Blink into the Robo on 2 bases, going for a delayed 3rd expansion. So very safe play here by Cristiano. He's just building up. Likewise, ByuN getting ready for the counterattack. As we mentioned in the beginning of last game, ByuN, he is not going for his stim timing. He's getting his stim, that is true, but he's waiting for his factory, his starport, and his medevacs. So until then, he's going to be stuck at home. This is kind of a less aggressive variation than a standard 3-backs. And unfortunately for Cristiano, he's staying on 2 bases, now getting a Forge and a Bay as well. Very, very committed here on 2 bases. This is very safe and overly safe. It does mean that Cristiano's 3rd base is late. So late 3rd base, late economy. He's going to have a bit of a shaky mid-game. He will have faster Colossus and faster +1, that is true. But I don't know how important that's really going to be. Oh, ByuN is pushing. Uh-oh. ByuN is pushing pre-medevacs. Uh-oh. He moves out. Cristiano does spot the army. ByuN spots Cristiano. Spot each other. And I'll be honest, I don't think Cristiano can save the 3rd if ByuN commits. And the reasoning for this is because of how much money we spent on the Forge, the Bay, the Robo, the Colossus, instead of Stalker Warpins. So Cristiano is vulnerable. We sim in. Army sims in. Very nice. Force fields, locks down and slices up the army in half. But last, ByuN still goes for the 3rd. The 4th, nice! Stuck with the force fields. No. And down goes the 3rd base. Nice pick up here by ByuN. This was worth it. Sure, ByuN, he lost, what, a 1/3 of his army. But was worth in the end. Denies the 3rd base. So an even later 3rd base here for Cristiano. Meanwhile, what did ByuN see? ByuN, he saw the Robo. He should have taken note of the lack of Gateway Army. True. That's a sign of faster tech and faster Colossus. So I'm sure ByuN has an idea. And ByuN pulls back home. Pulls back, reinforces. Now he has medevacs. Now he can stim more freely. 3rd CC is on the way. You see Cristiano looking for the army, check for the 3rd base. Now again, because of the faster Bay, Cristiano, he will get up to 3 Colossus very quickly. The scary thing here is that he doesn't really have much support for the army, but he does have a massive amount of sentries, massive amount of force fields. It should be okay. If ByuN was all-inning, then I would say that Cristiano would be in a good position, but the problem is that ByuN's expanding. ByuN's getting a 3rd base. ByuN is getting ahead economically. Typically at this point, the Protoss player should be thinking about a 4th. Alright, here we go. Now it's time to move out. Thankfully, Cristiano, he's not resting on his laurels. He's got his 3 Colossus and he means to make use of it. He's pushing. Oh, those are spiky boys. We got the Tal'Darim Colossus skin. Tal'Darim. Now, hopefully Cristiano doesn't push in. All he has to do is deny the 3rd. Just delay the 3rd base. Pushing into this line of tanks is not going to be ideal. Cristiano gets 1 Marauder. 1 Marauder, pulls away. Warps in more Zealots. But now there's a 4th tank for ByuN. ByuN trying to bait the army in. Yes, it's forward. Dustin forward. Tank boys going up on the charge lots. That's a lot of Zealots going down. Again, ByuN is trying to fortify within range of all 4 tanks. And Cristiano, he has to get out of here. He has to pull away. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. ByuN claims his 3rd. Cristiano's getting his 4th. So we're getting into the mid game here. As we get into it, ByuN is ahead. ByuN, he's had the better economy. He's got his third base up and running. That's reflected here in the army supplies as well. The pressure's on Cristiano. He does go for his drop, but alas, ByuN is in position. Now, even though Cristiano's in a rough position here, he does have 2 more robots on the way, getting to triple disruptor production. And with a high amount of disruptors, he can make up for a supply deficit. Cristiano can make up for it. He's building up those disruptors. And we'll see if they can connect. Likewise, ByuN throwing down his sensor tower and missile turrets. Academy's on the way. Here we are building up. And we're in here for the long haul. Like, we're again, I don't really expect ByuN to push for the next couple of minutes. ByuN should be turtling up, throwing down towers, sensor towers, missile turrets, another CC, planetaries, building up towards liberators. That should be the plan here for ByuN. Meanwhile, Cristiano, he gains map control. He's going to be mass expanding. That's right forward, but he should not commit. Decent force field zone, and not bad. Nervous, they don't quite connect. And ByuN holds. Yeah, a bit of a messy engage here from Cristiano. Bleeds out Colossus. Better fight for ByuN. Again, Cristiano, there's no need. There's no need to push into this line of tanks. Not until ByuN expands. When ByuN expands, then he spreads himself thin. You can see him repositioning those tanks. So ByuN is a little more vulnerable. His tanks are stacked as well. So Novas could take down all 3 tanks. Speaking of, going for the Marauders. Catching out mainly Marauder. ByuN, yeah, he notices. Spreading out his tanks a little bit further. And both armies are maxed. We're maxed out. We can see Cristiano rotating over towards the right-hand side. Sensor tower is now done. ByuN, he spots a rotation. ByuN reacts. But does he react in time? Shows us Evers. Ooh, gets one of the tanks. And one tank goes down. The Colossus do crumble. Vikings, they dominate the skies. At the same time, attempted Zealot run by. Does get some damage. The planetary is now done. And ByuN holds. ByuN defends. Once again, better trades here by ByuN. At least Cristiano's kept his disruptors alive. Has kept them alive. EMPs do pop off. Stargate's on the way. I do like this timing here for Cristiano. It could have been thrown down a little bit earlier, but regardless, Cristiano is thinking about Skytos. Dark Shrine gets thrown down as well. There we go. 3 Stargates in total. Snares are connecting. He's running back ByuN. Still fine with the Protoss. Well, what's important about what's happening this game is that we are switching into Skytos. Like, this is the important part. It's all about Cristiano just keeping ByuN busy while he takes up into a greater army. Otherwise, I would favor ByuN. As this should be a switch into Tempest. Oh, as we do have a rough engage. Takes down one of the tanks. And I saved it by Cristiano, pulling back, fighting out of range of the tanks. As he bleeds out some supply, we're waiting for those Stargates to come online. There we go, making 3 Tempests at a time. The Tempests are coming. If we didn't have the switch into Skytoss, then ByuN could turtle up, defend, maintain his 4th base, get a 5th, and build up and overwhelm, getting into Liberators, right? We have advanced ballistics on the way, getting to Liberator production, and ByuN could outscale. That is often the case in TVP. There are some Protoss players that are very unwilling to switch into Skytoss. And it can be difficult, right? It can be difficult to make that Skytoss switch. But it's coming. Cristiano is getting there. Tempests are rallying. How many Vikings are there? So far there's 8. 8 Vikings and there's 3 starports. So ByuN can start switching to more Viking production. He has yet to see the Tempest.
I'm in deep.
Cristiano does rotate. 5th base is getting underway. Pressure's on Cristiano. He moves in. Tempests are revealed. Ooh, he loses one. One Tempest goes down. Tempest had to kite back. Yeah, lack of kiting, lack of control. Down to 1 Tempest. Down to 0. Yeah, all Tempests do fall. And Cristiano, he was inattentive. Ooh. There's the knight. Nice connection towards the end. Jesus, look how low those ghosts are. The Nova's back. He does go for the recall. Recall's the bottom right. We do see Cristiano trying to rotate over towards right hand side. He's going for the rotation. Once again, when it came to that main fight, Cristiano, he left his tempers on A move, so they all went down. He did not kite back. He's still moving in. Oh! Doesn't quite get the meta back. Doesn't quite get it. There are minimal tanks here to defend. There are only 2 tanks. Down to 1. Yeah, only 1 tank in position. Disruptors, they choke up. Yeah, kind of a rough engage here, but it looks like the base will go down. Get 7 ACVs, does force a lift. At the same time, ByuN going for a counterattack. And we're trading bases. We're trading bases. ByuN will lose a 3rd. At the same time, ByuN takes down top left. So Cristiano's going to keep pushing in. Takes down another CC. Again, the tanks that were not quite in position here. ByuN is vulnerable. Cristiano, he can do this. He can do this. He's going to keep going. Un poquito más. Okay, collapsing on the Liberators, getting on top of the tanks. And ByuN gets surrounded. ByuN, he gets surrounded. Have forced to pick up. Novas are popping off. Planetary does barely survive. Oh, we have reinforcements coming in. Uh-oh. Yeah, reinforcements come in. Forcing the recall. Cristiano has to get the hell out of here. But overall, he did trade well. Cristiano, he has a bank. He has a bank. He can replenish. Massive warp-ins. More disruptors on the way. Colossus on the way. The mothership has arrived. And Cristiano, he's not allowing ByuN to breathe. Not letting him recover. Still pushing. Still looking to be active. ByuN re-establishing the base on the right-hand side. Cristiano poking in. Picking up a couple of SCVs. Getting him in order. Nice pick up saved by Cristiano. Meanwhile, he's up to still just 1, soon to be 4 Tempest. Again, the Tempest count is still very low. It's still less than ideal. He also switched into Colossus, which was interesting, considering that ByuN was already making more Vikings. So he's make the Colossus switch. It's taken too long. It's taken too long to move out. ByuN has since recovered. He's remaxed. Bullying the Colossus. Oof. Colossus goes down. And this becomes a difficult thing about specifically Tourmaline is because this map is so small, there aren't really many bases to take. There aren't many expansions. Cristiano is going bottom right. ByuN will scout, will confirm. ByuN, he's reestablished on 5 bases. And typically 5 is all you need for the Terran. As ByuN is perfecting his army. Cristiano, he had some momentum. He had some momentum, but didn't quite keep pushing. Collapsing on top of the planetary, okay. Liberators are laid to siege. Planetary goes down. Oof. Last Christiana, he will bleed out a couple of disruptors. Mothership as well. Yeah, he has to get the hell out of here. He plummets in supply. Christiana, he will lose almost everything. Oh no, the disruptors are going to be reset. Losing every single disruptor. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Christiana, he overextended. That was not worth it. Sure, he killed the base, but it's being replenished. It's being replaced already. So rough losses there by Christiana. In this kind of game state, what's important here is that the Protoss player maintains a bank, right? It's important they maintain a bank to be able to afford some of these trades. The Terran army is more efficient, but that bank is not there. Again, Christiana, he's burning through that bank. Switching to carrier. Trying to make that full Skytoss transition. It's taken a long time as Christiana hasn't been as attentive to his Skytoss units. Oh, massive EMP. Decent Novas. Novas do connect, but the EMPs were brutal and the Tempest, they're being hunted down. As we just mentioned that Christiana hasn't been attentive to his Skytoss, he once again loses all 4 Tempest. Once again, Pappy. You gotta babysit your boys. Oof. Crazy snipes. ByuN takes down bottom right, and Christiana is falling apart here. Bleeding out high-tech units, losing bases, losing his economy. Trying to commit in. As he bleeds out another Colossus. ByuN has to be careful to throw away those Vikings. Pulls back to the tanks. And now we have carriers coming in, but it's it's a little bit too late, too little too late for that. As Christiana, who loses more bases, dives into the freedom zones, he gets punished. Oh my god! Massive liberator shots going up. Carrier goes down, and Christiana, you cannot engage. Not like this. Losing another carrier. Bleeding out so much. The army across the map still finding more damage, forcing a recall. And what is the mining looking like? Well, the center base, we have a couple of patches here in the center. There's a couple of patches here on the left. The triangular third base is one patch here. And yeah, there's no mining. Essentially, there's no mining for Christiana. Barely has any economy left here. Top left will go down. And ByuN has gone out of control, getting a 6th expansion. We spoke earlier how 5 bases is all you need. Getting a 6th base is brutal. Okay, the planetary is going to fall. Ooh, Novas go up. Planetary does go down. But this is the final army. This is the final army for Christiana. It's all he has left. He cannot replenish. And he can push further in. Yeah, ByuN just replaces. Just floating back over. Retaking the expansion. Yes, and scans just confirming how vulnerable these bases are. Here comes the main army for ByuN. And GG gets called. GG gets called. ByuN, he will extend the lead in the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN, he will take game number 2 here. Again, an intense back and forth. And I will say that Christiana had the better mid game. Christiana, he was able to... There were a couple of moments here where Christiana, he was able to gain map control, rotate back and forth, have some decent engagements. And I want to say up until the moment he switched into Skytoss. Like when he threw down those 3 Stargates, when he was switching into Tempest, I was favoring Christiana. But the use of the Skytoss, I feel like doesn't really favor his style. What do I mean by that? I don't know if you noticed, I don't know if you saw, but Christiana, he was hyper aggressive. Like he was non-stop attacking, rotating, pushing in, and I feel like Tempest and going into Skytoss, it's a bit of a slower style where you want to be like slowly, methodically, like picking away at the center bases, picking away at the fringe expansions, gaining value, pulling back, pushing back in. The fact that Christiana kept being hyper aggressive meant that he was being a little bit wasteful with these expensive units, and he would lose them time and time again. He never built up his Tempest count, never built up his Skytoss, despite trying to switch switch into it. It wasn't really conducive to his more aggressive style, and GG well played. With that, we're getting into game number 3. Going to be getting into game 3 here, and potentially the final game of the series. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for a game 4 and a game 5, but the pressure is on. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Mothership, we have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom side here of Mothership, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Christiana. Here we go. And again, Christiana, he wasn't looking too bad last game up until a certain point. We did notice, of course, that once he did start switching to SkyToss, he was just a little bit too wasteful, losing some expensive units, expensive army. It was also less of a mobile composition as well. And that makes me want to say that, like, hey, if we're going to be this aggressive and this assertive, maybe we shouldn't switch into SkyToss. It just favors a different style, right? Let's go. We've had enough. The mental has been broken. I mean, again, ByuN is up 2-0. He's up 2-0. Christiana, he scouts across the map. He does confirm the initial opener here. CC first. CC first out of ByuN. ByuN is being hyper greedy. And can Christiana punish that greed? Let's go. Opening up with the Zealots, rushing across the map, but proxy gateway across the map as well. And can Christiana overwhelm the main base? Can he break the main of ByuN? Remember, he cannot delay the CC. Because it was a CC first, it finishes so quickly. The command center will finish up. Proxy Robo, one base all in out of Christiana. Let's go, let's go. He's going for the one base all in. He's had a double Robo. Oh my god. Okay. I don't think I've seen this before. I'll be honest. Fair enough. I believe this is to go for the Immortal and make a War Prism as quickly as possible alongside it to be able to micro and control and give some high ground vision, but we'll see. We'll see how this all does come together. As Eldritch revealed, ByuN he does pick up, walling up in his main. Immortal production has begun. Okay, never mind. Double Immortal. Never mind. I assumed there'd be a Prism alongside this, but no. Christiana, he just wants non-stop or just nothing but aggression, nothing but army. Nothing but damage output. Now, can he pull this off? Pre-Cyclone, I do think he can. He can break through that wall and bust into the main. ByuN has to buy time for that Cyclone. Prism is on the way as well. So double Immortal, then into the War Prism. Christiana committing up the ramp. Cyclone is on the way, but the wall is going to be broken. And boys are being pulled. The ByuN case around that Immortal. Upper town trying to hold on. Surrounds the Adept at least. And there's a lock-on. Yeah, lock-on is broken. Bunker, now he's... sorry, ByuN is now aware. Nice juggling, nice control. Christiana, he can pull this off. Can pull this off, he can break those lock-ons. Time and time again, juggling well. Bunker is halfway done. The Immortals are getting low. Oh. No, the Vikings out. Yeah, the Vikings out. The Prism, it's going to go down. Yeah, there's no saving the War Prism. Ooh, it does fall. No more juggling. Bunker completes. Yeah, the tank has arrived. We get a lock on the Immortals. The Immortals are going to go down one after the other. Christiana, he will lose everything, losing both Immortals. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. Oof. Down to one. Down to one Immortal left. And remember, behind this is no expansion. There's no expansion. There's no follow-up. He's going to try to... Christiana, he recognizes he cannot end the game. He cannot kill. He cannot kill ByuN. And just a really rough setup here, especially considering once ByuN breaks out, he will kill both robots, right? This is a very expensive commitment here into the proxy. So it's going to be an expensive loss. Cristiano has to try to contain ByuN for as long as possible. He wants that Cyclone. He gets it. Not bad. Cheeky moves out of Cristiano. Does snipe the Cyclone. ByuN does expand. Claims is natural. Remember, ByuN, this was a CC first build as well, by the way. Like, ByuN has a boosted economy. Dada catches the observer. And the game is going to slow down. From here, Cristiano, he's rushing into charge. So charge is on the way into massive amount of zealots. He might be able to punish ByuN if he does commit on 2 bases. So ByuN just has to take it slow. Just take it slow, build up on 2 bases, get a 3rd TC, get into stim, secure himself, and get into a longer game state. Oh, true, ByuN doesn't even know where he is. Like, ByuN, he hasn't even scouted Cristiano. We are on a 3-player small map, and ByuN confirms that Cristiano, he's not on the left-hand side. Does confirm. Behind this, Cristiano building up on 2 bases into charge, into storm. Again, economically, ByuN is ahead. ByuN is ahead. Jesus, he's got 5 tanks. Oh my god. He finds a proxy.
Research complete.
It does him in. Does not catch the prism at least. Prism does get away. And it's a rough road to recovery here for Cristiano. He's got a ways to go to try to get a 3rd base up and running. 3rd CC already begins for ByuN, so ByuN getting further ahead. I'm moving out with the drop. From here, he'll be able to scout, able to confirm the 3rd base timing. Should be feeling pretty good about this. I'm loading into the main. I'm already going into Ghost. Ghost Academy's on the way. That gets into the mineral line. Probes are going down, even forcing a recall. Ay, ay, ay. And ByuN picks up. Remember, there's no blink. There is no blink. ByuN picks up, it drops into the natural, denying more mining, killing 8 probes. And ByuN just maintaining his lead here. Cristiano, he just wants to try to recover. He was we brought this up earlier. It's just really unfortunate that Cristiano was expecting ByuN to push. There's a reason why Storm is already done. Storm, Charge, all these gateways. Cristiano was expecting ByuN to move out on 2 bases, and he didn't. ByuN didn't push, so this investment here into all these High Templar and Storm and this army wasn't quite worth it. Wasn't worth it. All that this meant is that Cristiano had a late 3rd, right? He had a late 3rd base. Due to that commitment. ByuN still finding more damage. Oh god, ByuN, calm down. He's still finding more damage. He stims in. And more probes are going down. Cristiano's being crippled even further. Ah, no. Another 9 probes. 22 probe kills in total. Ay, ay, ay. Cristiano down to 36 workers. He's down by 20 workers. Not just that, but ByuN, he has mules. He's claimed his third base. And Cristiano, he's pretty all in at this point. Now, he does have storms, true. There are 4 High Templar, 4 Templar, 4 storms at least. If the storms land, then maybe. Speaking of, storm into the mineral line. Does storm the mineral line. No major damage yet. Main army does move in. Oof. But Elastic cannot push into those tanks. He has to back off. Does have to pull away. Now from here, ByuN, he secured his 3rd base. From here, we should be seeing a 4th CC. I'm getting a 4th base, building up on 4 bases, turtling up as well with center towers, missile turrets. ByuN, he'll be the first to max out. He's already got 40 supply. You could definitely argue that ByuN has the momentum, has the supply to push earlier than that. That is true, but again, typically you want to just wait until you're safe. So I don't really see ByuN moving out until he gets his 4th up and running. So just spreading out his tanks. There's that 4 CC. Technically, this is the correct thing to do. Like ByuN just getting further ahead. And thankfully, he's being somewhat active with his army. Shocking round. Okay. Picking up some zealots, nothing major. Getting a 2nd starports. This should lead eventually into a fusion core, into liberators. And again, ByuN is getting there. He's almost maxed out. Casito. Cristiano's getting his bay. Working towards eventually disruptors. Eventually. ByuN claiming his 4th. Planetary's morphing in. Getting ready for his 5th. Again, it's your 5 base setup here on Mothership is quite secure. Getting a 6th base is much more difficult, but getting to 5 bases. More CCs. And again, the best that Cristiano can hope for is connecting with these Novas, right? The Storms and the Novas, if the abilities, if the spells can connect, then Cristiano can make up for a smaller army, but he has to hope for the best connections. Army gets spotted, ByuN is now maxed, he can start to push. ByuN can finally be active. Now, this is a little bit worrisome just because he's being active pre-Liberator, so his army is not ideal. Nice EMP! Very nice EMPs. Catching out the Templar, baiting out the Storm. There's 2 Templar left. You see them here. 2 Templar with energy. Oof. And there it goes up. Doesn't quite connect. And ByuN can just sort of step in. And you just step on forward, bullying back the Protoss. Yeah, mass EMP, Jesus. We get no K-Storm. And ByuN is forced to pick up. And picks up, he pulls out. And now here come the Liberators. As we mentioned, like, ByuN moving out like this was scary to do so pre-Liberator, but he's almost there. Yeah, he's perfecting his army. Never does clip the army of ByuN. Taking his 5th base here, it is very ambitious. Yeah, the 5th base should go down. That's EPs. And down goes the expansion. Nice pick up here. Storm does land as well. Oh my god! Storms are landing. Cristiano, he does hold his own. And now finally Liberation has arrived. Oh no! Let's be careful. And now ByuN can expand. Again, he was just premature. Like ByuN, he was just premature. Taking your 5th without these Liberators is that much more difficult. Joy even just lost it. Once again, they don't quite connect. Oh. They do connect. Catching out the Colossus. And we have more freedom, more liberation. Oh, and now we're seeing that switch into Skytoss. Triple Stargate here out of Cristiano. Now, if you recall, we didn't mention how in game number 1, Cristiano, he had a decent setup, but his switch into Skytoss it left much to be desired. Cristiano, he was overly aggressive with his Tempest. Oh no, misrouted with the Colossus. So if we're making that switch into Tempest again, then I'm hoping that Cristiano does calm down and take a different approach. As ByuN has the freedom to go for a triple drop. Let's force a recall. ByuN wants to catch out that Disruptor, he will. Catch Disruptor, catching an Immortal. Let's catch out a ByuN. Fleet Beacon's on the way. Again, I'm still not convinced by the Tempest and how they're going to be used, but we'll see. Some mass EMPs. EMPs, they cover the entire Zealot army. Stalkers as well. ByuN once again does peel off with a drop. This time recalls on cooldown. You know what, Cristiano, can he save the expansion? He can. He can save the base, forcing the pickup. As opposed to Tourmaline, there are more bases here on Celestial. Sorry, on Mothership. True. There are more bases, more expansions. Cristiano, he is building a bank. I would still say that ByuN's still in a stronger position, that is true. But Cristiano, he can now start to be a little bit more wasteful with his trades. Tempest production has begun. Ideally, the way this works here is that ideally Cristiano can push in and break one of these bases, break an expansion. Sure, lose an army, but instantly replenish. Right? Rebuild, replace. Oh no, but he brutal fight here as he will lose almost everything. Losing 5 Disruptors, a Colossus as well. Yeah, Cristiano, you cannot take these head-on fights. Not like this. Oof. Not like this, man. So he's trying to chase him down, replenishing here with more Zealots. Nice Storm. Nice Storm, forcing back ByuN. But again, that was a brutal trade. God. So we gotta start from the beginning, start from scratch. We gotta start once again all these Disruptors. The High Templar, the Archons. Space will fall. see Thorn in the chat. I think letting ByuN get a 6 base is too much. If you weren't here for the start of the game, ByuN, he's been playing from ahead. There's a reason why ByuN safely got his 4th, 5th, and 6th base up and running. Cristiano's been playing from behind. That's why he has been unable to stop ByuN from expanding. So that's why ByuN's been quite comfortable getting into the late game, knocking down base after base. Tempests are revealed. And that's going to be 35 probes going down. Oh. From here, ByuN can just pick up and pull away. He wants a Tempest. So it wasn't Cristiano letting ByuN get up to 6 bases. Like, Cristiano couldn't stop him. Like, it was couldn't stop him. Oh, nice wiggle with the Ghost. Ghosts are thrown away, and ByuN finally picks up, finally pulls out. Does pull out. Cristiano, he has no storms remaining. He's down to 2 disruptors. First ever goes off. There's 1 over left. Again, it's mainly a Zealot composition. 27 Zealots. Cristiano, he's burned through his bank. We spoke about this previously, but Cristiano, he just lost 2 expansions, 2 bases, 35 probes. The economy's in the gutter, and Cristiano, he cannot afford to replenish. He's broke. Cristiano is broke. He still has potential with these Tempests. He's got 5 Tempests. They can be okay. Oh. And Cristiano, he has to buy time. He has to buy time to rebuild those bases. He needs to rebuild those bases. He needs that economy. As again, Cristiano is behind in the economy right now. Or has been for most of this game. Oh god, it's a lot of freedom. Yeah, ByuN pulling him back. Movers a zone away. Another Tempest goes down. Catching the mothership as well. Oof. Yeah, the mothership, the Colossus, massive pickles here with the Vikings. He has Cristiano for a while. He still is switching into Mass Colossus. He's being bullied. Ah. The Colossus go down. Cristiano does find an opening. He does find a way up. Oh, never mind. As Liberators do reposition. And once again committing in. Massive Viking shots. Cristiano, he's slowly replenishing his economy. It's still a ways away though. It's a ways away. Should make like 5 probes at a time. Cristiano can't afford to make 5 probes at a time. He has technically right now. But Cristiano, he has no bank. He has no bank. Again, he lost 35 workers earlier. Did miss it. It's a rough road to recover here. And eventually he can rebuild, he can replenish. Eventually. But of course, you never want to be in position when the Terran player has a larger bank than you. Like ByuN has got 1,600 minerals, 3,000 gas. Nice Storm. Storm does connect. ByuN, he is clumping up quite hard. So a couple of nice Storms at the same time. Zealot on the right hand side, going for the planetary. But the planetary does hold its own. Does hold its own. ByuN still pushing in. And he does catch out the Tempest. Oof, losing one, losing two. Two more Tempests go down. Cristiano, he's cornered. Yeah, he's cornered. He's forced to recall. And once again, Cristiano, he will lose his expansion and top left as well. So two bases they just cut off from the rest of the army. Cristiano going for the base trade. He wants that planetary. He wants it. And he might get the expansion, but he's going to lose everything in the process here. The Vikings, they come in to reinforce. They shut down the Colossus. GG gets called. There's nothing left. And ByuN, he will claim the series 3-0. ByuN will be this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, ByuN. He will claim the series. ByuN not dropping, I believe, a single map this entire tournament. GG, well played. ByuN, he does pop off. Again, he was able to take down a Nick rank 2-0, NightMare 2-0 as well, take down Beast and take down Cristiano. GG, well played. Very impressive play there by ByuN. We have seen Cristiano take down ByuN in the past, has occurred, but specifically here, again, if you maybe tune in a little bit late, here in game 3 it did look a little bit more one-sided just because it was a very rough start to the game. If you weren't here for it, Cristiano began with the one base all in. He went proxy double robo. When proxy double robo, he failed to break out, he failed to break ByuN, he fell behind early on, was stuck on two bases, and ByuN took a massive lead. That is why ByuN was able to comfortably get a 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th base. Cristiano could not stop the expansions, could not stop ByuN, as Cristiano was playing from behind. I do see a bunch of comments in the chat that it feels like is missing that context, and maybe a little bit out of context with said responses. But GG, well played. But yeah, it was Cristiano. He made a game out of it despite starting with a failed all-in. It was crazy when proxy double robo. Proxy double robo. Yeah, GG, well played. Again, congratulations to ByuN. Congratulations, shout out to Cristiano as well, because Cristiano, he did play well, making to the finals. Remember, Cristiano, he took down Yakov and Creator to make it to the finals as well. I think many people looking at this bracket would have expected Creator to be the opponent for ByuN, but no, Cristiano, he did play those semis well to make it to those finals, and even in said finals as well. I was actually favoring Cristiano in game 1 against ByuN. If you were here for it, game 1 was a little bit more in favor of Cristiano. He had a stronger mid game as well, but the transition into Skytoss did like leave much to be desired. Like I wasn't too fond of that transition. He did kind of lose momentum, he lost his lead, and again, game 1 did kind of fall in favor of ByuN in that way, and all snowballed from there. But GG, well played. With that, congratulations, and with that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the evening. We are going to be wrapping up, so congratulations. When it comes to the rest of our schedule here, again, for those who are unaware, this is a weekly tournament. Every single week we do have the Sparkling Tuna Cup, and it should be on a regular weekly basis here every single Sunday. As you can see, we have the rest of our schedule lined up here for you. Up next, we should be live in around 10 hours, in around 10-ish hours time, with some Home Story Cup. We also have the Wardy TV Monday tomorrow evening. We have OC Rising Star, we have Pegasus Cup, more Pegasus Cup, more Home Story Cup throughout Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Again, we have been the B stream for Home Story Cup for the past couple of years, but we missed it this season. We were unavailable, so it's time to catch up with non-stop Home Story Cup coverage, to catch up with those matches, to catch up with the group stage and the playoffs. We then have Master Swan Open, the return, the first Master Swan Open of the year on Saturday, and of course, next Sunday, more Tuna Cup. GG, well played. Did ByuN win anything? No, they played for hopes and dreams. What do you mean? If you want to help support the tournament, if you want to help boost the prize pool, Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund this tournament on a regular basis. This event is funded by the people for the people, so thank you so much to all of our current patrons, and thank you so much for the support. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the tournaments, hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you so much for the support. As you can see, we have a very busy schedule coming up ahead of us as well. We have a lot of catching up to do in regards to Home Story Cup, and we'll eventually catch up with Little League Cup as well. Once we wrap up with our Home Story Cup replay coverage, we'll be catching up with Little League Cup as well. we will catch up. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks so much for the support. We do appreciate it, and we'll see you guys in around 10 hours time for Home Story Cup Group C. See you then. Otherwise, if you see something that you like here, and if you missed it, and if you want to watch the VODs, for example, previous Tuna Cups or Home Story Cup coverage, RSL qualifiers, we did cover them a couple of days ago, of course. We covered Thunderfire, Rongi Cup as well, and of course Home Story Cup and eventually Lily Cup. Then you can of course check us out on YouTube, !YouTube in the chat. Our YouTube channel, we do upload on a daily basis, plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft, plenty over on YouTube if you missed out on the live coverage. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it. And we're going to be wrapping up for the time being. We'll see you guys again later on tomorrow for some more StarCraft. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. Who is live at the moment. We got Legacy Weekly Japan. Who else? I'll see. Kamikaze's live. He's live early, actually. Emil is streaming? Hold up. Wait, what the hell? What? Emil? What's he doing? Oh my god. I kind of want to give him a raid. Hi. The legend himself. Okay. Emil. But yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching the support. We do appreciate it. And yeah, stick around. We'll be giving another StarCraft streamer raid. We'll give a raid to Emil. Give him some love back. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Ciao. Bye. Ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego.